閉ざされた雪に眠る獣、少女を見上げる灰空の鳥は雪白の檻に囚われた街は喜びも悲しみも永遠に繰り返す。誰か優しく落ちた世界の中で風を背負い生きる者が望むのは何か。決してやまない雪が荒れることでただ答えを探すよ。サイケデリカ希望、優しさも憎しみもすべて与えてる。いつか心に沈む壮絶望に僕の愛のその雫が届くと信じて、どうか笑っていてと願った日々にこの想いを捧げよう。決してやまない雪が荒れることでただ答えを探すよ。サイケデリカ閉ざされた雪に眠る獣、少女を見上げる灰空の鳥は雪白の檻に囚われた街は喜びも悲しみも永遠に繰り返す。誰か優しく落ちた世界の中で風を背負い生きる者が望むのは何か。 してやまない雪が荒れる不動でただ答えを探すよサイケデリカ希望優しさも憎しみもすべて答えてるいつか心に沈むその絶望に僕の愛のその雫が届くと信じてどうか笑っていてと願った日々にこの想いを捧げよう決してやまない雪が荒れる不動でただ答えを探すよサイケデリカ閉ざされた雪に眠る獣少女は見上げる灰空の鳥を雪城の檻に囚われた街は喜びも悲しみも永遠に繰り返す誰か優しく落ちた世界の中で風を背負い生きる者が望むのは何か決してやまない雪が荒れる不動でただ答えを探すよサイケデリカBye. 花はいつか見た希望優しさも憎しみもすべて与えてるいつかいつかいつか心に沈むその絶望に僕の愛のその雫が届くと信じてどうかどうかどうか笑っていてと願った日々にこの想いを捧げよう決して止まない雪が荒れることでただ答えを探すよサイケデリカ
Goodbye to the capture device. And hello everybody. Welcome to another stream. Hello to the bun, I see you already. As to how I can expect Bun's enjoyment, I will be doing Lavan's route first today. As we go to Psychedelica of the Ashen Hawk. Where is album? There it is. Movie. Is this interesting? There's two different things in. What's this? Oh, this is the one with lyrics. This proper one. Got it. Okay. As per tradition, start off with the opening to the opening theme to really set it. I know you literally had it as a starting music, but this time you get visuals. I can't believe we're almost done with Psychedelica of the Ashen Hawk. It has definitely been a journey so far. I should be saying this on the last episode instead of this one. You loved her run off with your dad last time I made it make it up to you. to know how we have to do that? Also, we can do the side story, the stranger side story, which is the only one that I've not done because it was locked. You know how we have to do Lavan and Levi's roots? We have to start an entirely brand new game. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm keeping them the same. There is no way I'm changing them at this point in time. Jedineer. So literally, as far as the guide goes, we can literally just skip all the way to the map. Like, we're just gonna be sitting through a skip fest. Because we've been through all this before. I'm just gonna set it down. I'm gonna just let this play out. Because we already went through it all. That's the opening theme. We already went through the opening theme earlier. Whip Lash. Skip all the way to the map. Because I'm pretty sure I already done the side stories. So I'll double check which side stories we need to do specifically for Lavan's route. Oh man. Gotta love this skip fest. I really hope I'm doing this right. I probably will be. Ew, Francisca. Man, do I dislike Francisca a lot. I'm so glad we don't have to read any of this again. So nice. You can just sit down and just watch all the scenes. There we go. This is 1-5. There is... Okay, that's good. It still has everything cleared. Okay, that's really good actually. I don't need to re-clear any of these. It said we needed to do a whole new thing, so I'm wondering if the stranger thing unlocks now. But I'm just gonna go through it as normal. And once there are side stories to do and stuff to buy, then I will go through that. I do hope that I can go for new town memories so I can get the remaining items I'm missing. Because I will need those. I won't read them because I already read them sometime, but I think chapter 2 is where it starts. Yeah, because it starts from map 2, and that was map 1 we just went through. So it should be starting from this one. Yep, there are new ones. Rabbit. Bun. I knew Lavan's route would be your favorite. Look at this, we can speak to Rabbit. Oh. Rabbit thoughts on Elric and Lawrence. Love it. Amazing. A young man, okay. Oh, it's Hugh. Hello. Hello, Hugh. Long time no see. And he's trying to hit on me as usual. Sussy bug. God. I'm sorry, you can speak to Jed? Wait, what? Hold up, wait. This is an alternate
便利屋に
universe?
ついて基本的にはみんながやりたがらないようなことを
What
請け
is
負うっ
this
て感じかな
alternate reality right now? How are we speaking to ourselves?
力仕事も多いし怖い目に遭うこともあるけど依頼主からありがとうって言われるとやっぱり嬉しいよみんなを笑顔にできる仕事って思えばこの仕事は楽しいし好きかな
Okay, we need to make sure to do all the side stories and stuff. My question is, can I go to... How much do I need for the antique shop?
何をお探しですか
Trish, old man. Okay, so I bought everything. All I need is 25 the deep purple mask. So I need 12 memories and that's it. Okay. 12 of them is fine. I can get those. We'll do all the side content and stuff. When there's choices, there's choices. So, by map... Okay, by map 7, we want to have all of the items we can get. We can't contest a white hair tattooed? Yes, we can. What do you mean sus high sussy?
ボルグだから話を聞いてくれな。
Control 4 maps to get 12 points will be fine. Fuck sussy, oh my god. We have 2, 3. As long as we're getting 3 per thing, that's fine. Speak to Rabbit again. Favorite foods, oh my god, wait, hang on, we need this. Fried tofu, biscuits, and apples? Man, getting real Yukiko vibes right now. Antique old man sussy. White hair equals sussy, ergo Rooty ultimate sussy. Oh my god. Young man. Are we just speaking to Rabbit, Hugh, and Jed? Is that all we speak to?
今までたくさんの物語を見てきたけど、お気に入りか。どれも気に入っているし、2匹の蝶の話も好きだけど、多分今書き途中の物語が一番かな。
Friendship with Bunoi rescinded. I don't like writing. Oh no.
まだ序盤だけど、きっとこの物語が一番気に入ると思うんだ。
Okay, and then we have Jed. Yeah, I think it's just those 3. Okay. That's fine, I'll be able to get it.
そうだなできれば肉とか野菜とかが取れるような具がたくさん入ったシチューかな寒い日に温かいシチューを食べると不思議と心まで温かくなる気がするしトロトロに煮た肉とかすごく美味しいそんな具沢山はなかなか難しいけど
All that. However, if Bunoi likes spices, if Bunoi doesn't have a bland British palate, feel attacked again. Man, gotta love it. I can switch. I can switch. Okay. And here is the stranger side story that I wanted to do. Right, okay. It's so quiet today. I passed by the tavern to look inside and saw lots of empty seats. There weren't any hooligans around, so maybe I could relax in a free seat today. Wearing clothes I'm not used to is so suffocating. I had to worry about how I talked and walked. I needed this little break. Then again, my information gathering isn't making any progress. I could think about it later. For now, I gave the employee my order and stretched my legs.
いや、お嬢さん。
I was acting the way I always did, so I gave out a strange cry.
おやおや、驚かせてしまったかな。
Hello, Hugh. You mean my mayonnaise alone? Really need to season the air to found object. God.
あ、いえ。
He wore a gentle smile as he sat in the seat next to me without hesitation. I quickly put my legs back together and the man laughed again.
一息ついていたところだったかな。僕のことは気にしなくていいよ。隣に置物があるとでも思ってくれていい。
The most manly check.
そうですか？
うん、そうだよ。
はあ。
Despite saying that, he seemed to glance over at me quite often. Have I met him before? He does appear familiar. I can't remember. I may have passed him on the street somewhere. I smiled at him for now and he gave me another smile in response.
ああ、そうだ。名乗りがまだだったね。僕の名前はアッシュ。よろしく。
That's a damn lie. That's a damn lie. Your name is Hugh.
はい。
Oh good, so we haven't met before. Feeling relieved, I noticed him looking at my face. Although I didn't feel uncomfortable, I didn't know what to do about it. I really should say my name too, but considering what I'm wearing...
何かご用でしょうか？
うん。君に聞きたいことがあるんだ。もし知っていればだけれどね。絵本について。
絵本？
とある絵本を探しているんだけど、僕はこの町の人間じゃないから詳しくなくてね。どこか絵本がたくさん置いてある場所を教えてもらえると助かるな。
Go to the shops.
絵本が置いてある場所ですか？
I couldn't think of anything right away. I sometimes saw books being sold, but I rarely saw any of them being picture books. I was sure some big manners would have a few, and then it hit me.
教会ならあるかもしれません。
教会？
たくさん本が並んだ書棚に絵本もあったと思います。教会なら町の人じゃなくても入りやすいですし。
なるほどね。いい情報をありがとう。ちなみに、その絵本の中に蝶の話が書かれているものはあったかい？
蝶の話？
大抵は2匹の蝶の話なんだ。
話の内容までは見てないのでわかりません。
そういう絵本の話を聞いたことは？
いえ。
そう。どこかに散ってしまったかな。
I was wondering what he meant, but my order of warm soup arrived. Ash didn't appear to have ordered anything, so I ate by myself. Is that all he wanted to ask? He's an odd person. Maybe he saw me glancing over at him. His wandering gaze turned back to me.
僕はね、物書きになりたくて世界を旅しているんだ。北も南も東も西も世界のあらゆる場所を回ってあらゆる時を眺めてきたんだよ。
そうなんですか。
信じられないかな？そんな風には見えない？
いえ、そんなことはないですけど、物書きになりたくて旅をしているなんて珍しいなとは思いました。
なら僕をよく見て耳を傾けて。旅の話は楽しいものだから、この目に映した世界の数だけ物語がある。出会った人の数だけ物語がある。
We gonna sit through all these stories, or I don't know. The way he spoke did make me feel like I was reading a book. It was as if he was spinning a story.
雪降る街の物語もあれば、焼けるように熱い国の物語もある。霧深い森の物語もあれば、よさめの山のほとりの物語もある。どれも様々に興味深いね。
旅行記を書いているんですか？
僕が書いているのは旅先で出会った人たちの話だよ。僕はただそれを書き留めているだけ。旅行記というほど立派なものではないよ。
でも私には書けそうにないです。
そう？文字にはできなくとも君も立派な物語を綴っているけどね。
isn't true. I didn't know why, but my heart jumped at his smile. It's because he keeps staring at me. He spoke without hesitation, and because I felt uneasy in this outfit, Ash's confidence was that much more attractive.
書くことが好きなんですね。
そうだね。まだまだ見習いだけれど。ところでそのスープ、冷めてしまうんじゃないかい？
ああ、
I was listening to him so intently that I had forgotten to eat. The soup was already cold.
頼んで温め直してもらおうか？
いえ、大丈夫です。
I nervously put my lips to the cup. It was embarrassing to admit I was completely taken in by what he was saying.
慌てなくてもいいんだよ。何せ僕は置物だからね。
He repeated what he said earlier and tapped the cup with his finger. All of his actions appear so elegant. I envy his calm and composed attitude to everything. I took a deep breath to calm myself before gulping down the remainder of the soup. For some reason it felt warmer than earlier.
じゃあ、教会まで案内します。
それは大丈夫。急に話しかけたのは僕だからね。ごゆっくりどうぞ。
でも、旅の人なら教会の場所もわかりませんよね。道だけでもお教えします。
君がそこまで言ってくれるのなら。
Ash gave a big smile while holding my hand. I wondered why he did that, but quickly realized he was trying to help me up from my seat.
あ、どうも。
いえいえ。これくらいは当然だよ。けど、困ったな。
He gave an obviously fake troubled look while still holding my hand.
手が離れてくれない。どうやらもう少し君と話をしたかったみたいだ。
そうなんですか？
もっといろいろな話をしたかったけれど。ま、それ
Aww,
はまたの機会にしよう。
sad.
僕はよくこの酒場にいるから、また君が来てくれると嬉しいな。
は
I didn't know how to respond, so I could only give a curt response. He didn't appear to mind. I think I'm good.
君が会いに来てくれるなら、この手も別れがたやすくなるよ。
After shaking her hand slightly, Ash finally let go. I'm not used to this. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I exited the tavern with Ash.
この道をまっすぐ行って、次の角を右に、それから。
ところで君、果物は好き？
ええ、人並みには。
そう、よかった。
I see. The next instant, a tiny fruit entered my mouth.
話に付き合ってくれた俺。
While still confused, I bit into it and tasted something sweet and sour. Is it like a... Was it like a cherry or a sweet or something?
おいしい。
なおよかった。ありがとう、お嬢さん。
久しぶりに食べました。こんな果物どこで。
After swallowing, I looked up.
あれ？
He's gone, right? Yeah, Ash was gone. I looked down the alleyways, but he was nowhere to be found. It was quick. What a strange person. The fruit's light tart taste was quite pleasing and didn't leave any bad aftertaste. Even dried fruit is expensive and rare. I wonder where he got it. He was so mysterious from beginning to end, but I didn't dislike him. His unpredictability was just like Ashen Hawk's, but Ash was more of a gentleman about it. I wasn't sure where he was, but I hoped he would arrive at the church safely. I said a little prayer for him and headed back. Yes, I would like to save my data.
こっちの格好で出かけよう。
Okay, can we cannot save here, of course not. We go chapter 2-6. Save here. On number 30. Twice. What I'm gonna do, I'm going to flowchart. I want to check map 2. I cannot. Okay, that confirmed everything. Cool. I'm just gonna load. There you go. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Here we go, more stuff to look at.
こっちの格好で出かけよう。
And a stranger is back in town. I'll do these first. Rabbit. Is that when I see everyone fighting? This town, okay. What is this young man again? Oh boy, it's Q.
今までいろいろなヒロインを見てきたけど、さて
Let me guess, he's gonna say the protagonist.
僕は悲劇のヒロインも喜劇のヒロインもどちらのヒロインも魅力的に見えるからエキストラからジュリエットを選んでみようかな。橋役の僕だけのジュリエットを。
Okay. And Jed.
趣味って言われると違う気もするけど、料理は好きでよくやってるよ。節約料理とか割と得意かな。節約できて料理が美味しいとちょっと得した気持ちになるんだ。木の根を使った炒め物なんてあまり人に振る舞う機会はないけどね。遊び歩いてる主様に食べさせるぐらいだよ。
Antique shop.
何をお探しですかな？
I got 19, so I need 6 more. 6 more and I can buy it.
平らして
That means 2 more maps
こ
worth.
っちの格好で出かけよう。
As of now, Stranger continued. And that should be the last side story I need to do. He checked how crowded the tavern was and moved to an empty seat. I was starting to understand which times were busy here. Getting information would be easiest at the tavern, I thought to myself. A warm soup was brought to me that I didn't remember ordering. Or I could ask the employee, he explained.
あちらのお客さんからです
She pointed to a man whom I recognized as Ash. I was wondering who it could be. Ash stood up from his seat and sat next to me like the previous time.
いや、また会ったね。
We do indeed.
ええ、どうも。
こんなに早く君に会えるなんて嬉しいね。約束通り僕に会いに来てくれたのかな。
そういうわけじゃないんですが。
そうだろうね。人を探している様子じゃなかったから。まあ偶然にしろ嬉しいよ。というわけで、これは僕からのおごり。
He tapped the cup in his usual way. As soon as I understood why he did it, I felt a little guilty.
じゃあ私からはエールをおごりましょうか。
お気遣いなく。僕は酒を飲まないからね。それと名前もアッシュでいい。別の名で呼んでくれてもいいけどね。
呼びやすいと言われても逆に困るので。ではアッシュ、ごちそうさまです。
It would be odd to force him to receive something in return, so I graciously accepted the soup for now. I wore lighter clothes when dressed as a woman, so the warmth of the soup was quite a blessing now.
そういえばあの後ちゃんと教会につけたか心配だったんですけど、絵本は見つかりましたか？
いや、残念ながらね。
そうですか。お力になれずすみません。
とんでもない。謝る必要はないよ。きっとそのうち出会えるさ。気長に待つよ。
待っていれば来るものですか？
そう、運が向けばね。だから君は気にしなくていい。
I giggled at his poetic expression and simply stopped worrying about it as he said.
旅をしてると言ってましたが、この町にはしばらくいるんですか？
そうだね。というより、この雪のおかげでしばらくはここで立ち往生だ。
下手に町を出て吹雪に遭うより、その方が良さそうですね。
そうだね。氷漬けにはなりたくないから。
He said it jokingly, but it could actually happen. In some blizzards, he couldn't tell which direction the wind was coming from.
でもこの町はいい町だね。吹く風は氷のように冷たいのに、人はみんな温かい。平和すぎるくらい平和で、見ていると微笑ましい気持ちになるよ。寒いことに変わりはないけどね。
確かに。
Felt nice to have an outsider compliment the town. There were many problems on the inside, we weren't completely at peace, but on the normal days this town really was nice.
雪ばかりで嫌気がさしたと言われなくてよかったです。
言わないよ。君にも会えたしね。
Whenever I was at a loss of words like this, he always responded with a smile. He's not so aggressive that it feels like he's hitting on me. Maybe this is just how he is. He still wasn't used to being treated like a woman, so I got confused every time he said things like this. Grab pizza? Having a lot of pizza. It was probably for the best to not worry about it.
町の外から来た人には初めて会いました。今まで旅人は見かけたことがなかったので。
そうだね。この町はそういうところだから。
そういうところ？
だからたくさん話を聞きたいんだ。君にも町の人たちにも。今
ええ、少しなら。
Some of his remarks felt odd to me. Did I think of Ash as odd just because he came from out of town? He simply seemed unique, as if the air about him was completely different from the others.
ありがとう。僕が次に聞きたいのは伝承についてなんだ。
伝承？
君は町の伝承に詳しいかい？例えば魔女についての物語。
I frowned on hearing that. I didn't think we would be talking about the legend of witches.
いえ、私は。
My hand reached my right cheek subconsciously. It's okay, my right eye isn't reacting. Rather, the right half of my body felt oddly cold. I was afraid to know what he might say next.
おい、魔女の話だなんてよしてくれ。酒がまずくなる。
First one to speak up was the man behind me.
それはどうして？
どうしてって。ははその身なりからして町の外の人間か？なら覚えとけ。この町じゃ魔女は不幸の象徴だよ。災いは魔女の呪いだ。不幸になりたくなきゃ魔女には関わらないことだ。大雪にしても町で続く事件にしても魔女の呪いさえなければここまで大ごとにはならなかったはずだ。魔女が災いを呼ぶ。昔からそう決まっているんだ。
Saying that, the man took a gulp and left the tavern. It's all from the witch's curse, he said. I suddenly felt heavy-hearted. I'd heard that time and time again. It was normal for someone who lived in this town. I already knew this. It still hurt my heart.
彼はああ言ったけれど。伝承がどうあれ、魔女はかわいそうな人だよね。
かわいそう。
きっと孤独で悲しい思いをしているのだろう。
His voice was so gentle as if he knew the witch had nothing to do with curses. We're talking about the witch, and yet... Ash's expression was completely devoid of fear or anger. He had his usual smile.
魔女が怖いと思わないんですか？
さあどうだろう。会ってみないとわからないね。
では呪いは？呪いは誰だって避けたいものでしょ？
目にしてみないとわからないな。
自分で確かめてみないとわからないということですか？
文章にするならば、やはりこの目と耳で確かめてから記したいものだね。
He made a writing gesture with his finger as he spoke. The stories his hand would write wouldn't be about curses or disasters. We'd be think he would write a kind-hearted, beautiful story.
そう考えるのはあなたが街の外の人間だからでしょうか。
それは僕にはわからないな。
そうですか。
He was a mysterious man, but his strange words seems to bring warmth back to my pale right hand.
今の話を聞けば魔女の心も少しは癒されるでしょうね。
そうかい？
はい、そう思います。
I knew that was a strange thing to say, but it was something that needed to be said.
それじゃあ私はそろそろ失礼します。スープありがとうございました。
Watched me stand up and spoke in a disappointed tone.
もう行くのかい？
用事があるので。
そう。二度目は通じないかな。
手が離れてくれないですか？
ダメみたいだね。君と話すのはとても興味深いんだけれど。
大した話はしていませんが。
みんなそう言うんだよ。街中の語り部たちはね。ねえ君、また会いに来てくれる？僕はここで待ってるから。
Makes it sound like he lives at the tavern. I internally laughed at the thought of it, but looking at his eyes made me think otherwise.
機会があれば。
嬉しいね。じゃあ待ってるよ。
He appeared to have taken what I said in a positive way. Either way, I will be back here. I thought about that while bidding farewell to him. Even as I reached the exit of the tavern, he was still watching me with a big smile. So strange. But he's not a bad person. I was beginning to think that chatting with Ash was quite fun. But there was also something that bothered me. How long to travel to stay in one town? Once he found what he was looking for, wouldn't he move on? But as I continued to walk, the thought soon left my mind. Short episodes 100%, cleared all short episodes. Let's go.
こっちの格
We
好で出かけよう。
did it! Right. So we literally just need the town memories to buy the last item. And then yeah, we can literally just do the route stuff. We didn't really need to do anything until chapter 7 essentially, so yeah. Just sit back, chapter 6 I'll look at the guide again.
こっちの格好で出かけよう。いつもの
We have
服で出か
literally
けよう。
nobody to ask. Okay. Go. Skip ahead. Here we go.
こっちの格好で出かけよう。
There's 3 of those. Jed. She can have one wish.
いっぱいあるから迷っちゃうな。新しい鍋も欲しいし、隙間風の吹く壁を直したり、干し肉を1年分とか。でもやっぱり今は早くカレードビアが見つかって、この町のみんなが
If
ボルグ
only
と
she
ハルシ
knew
の一
at
族が
this
仲良くな
point.
ること。
If only she knew at this point how dangerous the Kaleidonia really is. Oh, Hugh again.
何でも一つなら叶える願い事の数を増やしてください。ずるい？そんなことはないよ。だって何でもって言ったのは
Yeah, anything within reason. You can't wish for more wishes. It never works like that.
それがダメなら 僕はこの権利を誰かに譲ろう。きっとその方が物語はずっと面白くなるからね。
And a rabbit. Happy to see everyone is getting along much better than before. I know, right? Great, main story. And skip ahead. Oh, guess we're back over here already.
こっちの格好で出かけよう。
Let me guess, rabbit again, yeah? Wonderful to hold hands with someone you love while going on a walk. In spring, okay. Jed.
春か。そうだな。広いにはいっぱいにいろんな色の花を育ててみたいかな。作り物じゃない、鮮やかなやつを。それで大きな花束を作ってフランシスカにプレゼントしたいな。食べ物だって今よりずっと美味しいんだろうし。そんな日が来るかはわからないけど、想像するだけで春の訪れが楽しみだね。
And Hugh again. Same topic of spring.
そうだね。何をしようか。せっかくだから新しい物語を綴ろうかな。この街が春を迎えるのも一つの物語の結末だからね。
I have enough now. Yeah, collector of memories. Gathered all town memories.
何をお探しですかな。
25. Sold out, sold out, sold out. All sold out. Deep purple mask.
ありがとうございます。
Loyal customer obtained all antique shop items.
またいらしてください。
We're all set.
争いが
I'm gonna save here because I bought all of it. And save again. Oh, match 3. I know we can just skip through a whole bunch of plot again. We went through all the side stories, all the town memories now, so literally all that we have left are the notes. I don't think I looked at the notes actually since my first playthrough. So hopefully there'll be the rest of the notes unlocked now because I got all the items as well. Yeah, this is literally pick everything but stay there, otherwise I'll get bad ending. Hold up. Was that new? I just spammed through that, but was that new? I don't remember them going to the church. I do not remember them going through the church. Hang on, load. I want to reload it.
争い
I don't remember them going to the church. And speaking about Arya, I do not remember that whatsoever.
これ
Okay, okay, that's how you do it, okay. La 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 la. Wait until we get to kind of festival area. Okay, no, we've seen this anyway. Mm-hmm. No, we're fine. Okay, this. I think this is different.
こんなところにいらしたのね。
貴様か。
二人きりなのに、昔のようには呼んでくれないのかしら。
At least I don't remember this.
教会はお嫌いではなかったの？それともカレイドビアにご興味が？
ただの気まぐれだ。
このステンドグラス、懐かしいわね。私だけが。お、あなたもそこで見ているのかしら。アリア。
I didn't remember that. I don't know why I didn't remember that. Because it probably did happen. But I feel like that was new. This was obviously seen before. Gonna mash through. And area. And just go through. I'll probably set this down because this all repeat stuff again. Again, we don't need to worry about anything until chapter 7. So, yeah. Whoa! This is my favorite part. Francisca dies. This is now my favorite part of the game. It used to be my saddest part of the game, but this is my favorite part because I don't like Francisca. Woohoo! Celebration. Chapter 5, getting there. Oh, this is where, yeah, because chapter 5 at the end of it is where Levi has the moment. It's actually really soon, actually. He has the moment of the ring taking over stone. I was able to listen to the dialogue without subtitles, yeah. That's good. So you can still make out what they're saying roughly. I'm just skipping through story till we get to the part we need to. Because we've gone through all the side stories, all the little memories, we got all the extra stuff, so now we just need to get to the actual ending part. Which is located in chapter 7 at the earliest. Thank God Lavan and Levi's are the only two endings in the game where you actually have to do a separate new playthrough for them. So yeah. Yeah, this is where Levy goes beast mode. Yeah. Oh, intermission. Oh wait, actually there's notes here. We might be able to read some notes. Hello, Hugh. Weird. I still have 3 locked. Okay, that's weird. Why have I still got 3 locked then? Are you telling me I didn't have to start an entire playthrough? Well, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna do it. Anyway. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So it says apparently these last notes, the ending notes. So these last 3 are based on endings. It says Levi, Lavan, and Heroine endings. Gotcha. So that's how you unlock those 3. That's actually pretty simple. The completionist and really getting triggered. I genuinely, I actually want to try and 100% complete this game. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna leave the notes. I'm gonna leave the notes for now because I can look at them at any time. I'm gonna leave the notes for now until I've unlocked all other 5 of them. So I've unlocked the other 3, and then I'll go and do this properly and look at the rest of the notes. That'll be next stream. Save data. Oh, I accidentally closed it. Let me go back here. Does it say you have to read all the notes, or... It does say read all new notes from the flowchart. Okay then. I will do that then. I guess we are reading the notes today then. Okie dokie, well I'll do it. I'll do it later. You mean scuff? I'll do it later when we get to the map in chapter 7, I'll do it. It's chapter 6, I can skip through this. Reads Genshin achievements? Like, it's, I don't know, it's like this game is genuinely so good that I want to 100% it. If this game wasn't as good as it is, I would not be bothered to go and get the rest of the endings for the whole story of it, and the whole, like, I wouldn't be bothered to go back and do a whole new playthrough for a certain ending if the game wasn't as good as it is. The door's slamming, my god. Ferocious. But my Wi-Fi had a hiccup? Oh no. Wi-Fi hiccuped so hard. Say read all new notes from the flowchart. Chapter 7, here we go. What we're gonna do, I'm gonna save here on this one. And again, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go to the flowchart quickly. And I'm gonna look at the notes so you don't miss them. Certain man. Here we go. These are usually 5 minutes long, so it won't take crazy amounts. When I woke up, snow was piled up on my body. Why was I sleeping here? I don't feel cold at all, but this is far from comfortable. I needed to find a place to get out of the snow. There was a tower in front of me. I should go inside. There was no one in the tower. That's perfect. I can relax here for a while. At first I thought I was still half asleep, but I soon realized that was not the case. It seemed like I didn't have any memories. I couldn't even remember my own name, though, so it was rather troublesome. Well, if it's really necessary, I'll remember it eventually. There's things where I had more things that I had to deal with. My right eye hurt quite a bit. I touched it and felt a deep wound. Oh dear, now my handsome face is ruined. Oh, is this Apris's POV? I sat there daydreaming for a while. I did nothing and simply waited for time to pass. It may not seem like it, but I didn't desire this degenerate life. Numerous times I made up my mind and went outside, but I always found myself back at the tower's entrance for some reason. It couldn't be helped if I kept coming back, as this was not my desire, but I can't help but live a lazy life now. How long have I stayed here? I saw no one. I talked to no one. I touched no one. I was beginning to think of myself as something rather ethereal. Did I really exist here? It seemed like I was a ghost. I continued to live each day with only primal instincts. My humanity seemed to be losing ground in my mind. This cramped tower reminded me of a prison deep in my memory. Soon I began to fear. I didn't know what I feared, yet the emotion remained. At this rate, I will...
Yeah, konnichiwa.
It seemed my ears had given way. I was starting to hear things that weren't there. In that case, maybe my eyes had gone bad too. I saw a clear mirage of a man in front of me. Ape was confirmed to be a deadbeat ghost. Anyway. Like, oof. The man had this mark on the back of his hand. That birthmark almost looked like a clematis flower. The mirage started to talk. I suppose it could be fun to play along.
ただ、魔女の望みだった君自身の物語の終焉を見届けに来た。このサイケデリカの世界でのね。
サイケデリカ。
人の願望が生み出した幻想と呼ばれる世界のことだよ。
What a nice mirage. He was answering all of my questions.
いつか君のもとへ子供たちが現れる。君はその子供たちの行く末を見守るんだ。
This is kind of like a backstory as to how Ashen the Hawk I figure out he was a ghost and he was looking after everyone. And thus the sussiest flake shows up to weave Apris into the complicated plot.
それだけ伝えに来た。
It seemed we could communicate with each other, but I had no idea what this man was saying. He was probably saying something important.
ところで、君の名前を聞いておいてもいいかい?
What a strange thing he asked. I didn't have any memories, and yet he was asking for my name. Well, suppose I can remain nameless forever. A name came to mind, so I said it. Not bad. I'm Ashen Hawk. Let's just say that's who I am. Oh, why did he look surprised? This time he laughed. He was surprised and then laughed at my name. What a rude mirage he is. For the next few days I spent all my time daydreaming. Why did I call myself Ashen Hawk? I've already completely forgotten why. Ashen Hawk. A hawk. I imagined a hawk flying freely in the sky. What would the ground look like from up above? I should give it a try. I should be able to see similar scenery from the top of the tower. What a coincidence. There was already someone there.
そこから飛ぶつもりかな。それはさぞ気持ちいいだろうね。
I called out to the boy who was about to fly away. Perhaps I surprised him. The pitiful face he made while looking at me was not a good feeling.
いつか君のもとへ子供たちが現れる。君はその子供たちの行く末を見守るんだ。
I think I'm hearing things again. Setting that aside, I couldn't allow such a young child to end his life. Ashen might refer... Ironically, Apis was the Lord of the Wolf. Ashen might refer to him being a ghost. Possibly.
しかし、やめておいた方がいい。見たところ、君の背中に羽は生えていないようだ。
I think this was Lucas. I think Lucas met him
地
before.
面に落ちるのはあまり気持ちよくはないからね。
You see, and Ashnok is speaking from experience as well. It may sound bad to say this, but the boy looked wretched. He was thin and dressed in rags. There were even rather large burns on both of his arms. There was no reason to forsake him. Yep, that is Lucas, alright. I brought the boy back into the tower. It was warmer than out there, and I think there was some food left. All I have is bread that is as hard as a rock, and ice-cold vegetables. But if that's alright with you, please be my guest. Surprisingly, the boy ate through everything immediately. Even I'd be hesitant to eat any of this. Either he was quite the glutton or he'd been hungry for a long time. I was betting on the latter.
ん？
どうして俺に食べ物をくれたの？
That's an unexpected question. I didn't know the answer to that. It couldn't just be because a mirage told me so.
私にも君と同じくらいの子供がいるらしい。とてもそうは見えないだろうがね。
It slipped out before I could think of an answer. That's right, I have a child. That man. And that mirage said something like that before you left. But that was all. I didn't harbor any sort of emotion or sentimentality. Maybe I was a terrible father. After a while, the boy regained his health. I didn't think he could recover so quickly. Use was such a wonderful thing. Oh, BRB for just 1 second. And... I am the back. Schrodinger's child. Both exist and isn't his kid at the same time. The boy hesitantly said he wanted to return to the town. That was only natural. There weren't many people who would want to stay in this dilapidated tower. At the very least, they should send him off generously.
それなら教会に行くといい。君のような子供を無下に扱うことはないだろう。
I wondered what gift to give him, but there was nothing in this tower. No, I have just a thing. I was wearing this ring when I woke up. It had the design of a wolf on it. I'll give this as a gift. I'm sure it would line his pockets nicely if he sells it. I see, that's how he got it. The boy thanked me numerous times before leaving. I felt a sense of satisfaction. But soon that vanished. I was struck with the same feelings as I did previously. Everything about me was hazy and it felt like it didn't exist anywhere. After the exchange with the boy, these feelings were much worse than before. I didn't see anyone, didn't talk to anyone, didn't touch anyone. While I lived that sort of life, it made me think of something. Perhaps I was in a prison. I was forced to live in this closed world by myself as punishment. I didn't know what I was doing prior to losing my memories, but this was a terrible punishment all the same. As I continued on like this, my own humanity seemed to gradually be lost. But the vestige of my humanity remained, leaving me to suffer for all eternity. How would I know I even existed? Would my existence ever be more concrete? All the tiny beasts inside of me reared its head.
こんばんは。誰かいるんですか？
I had a tiny voice.
人がいる。
The voice came from someone still young. If that person thought there was no one inside, they could have just walked in. I tested my voice to make sure sound still came out. I could tell I still had my throat at least. The sound echoed in the room, allowing me to perceive that I did exist.
誰もいないですよね。入りますよ。入っちゃいますよ。
The person with the impatient voice cautiously opened the door. Some fresh air entered the dim tower. Ah, this was what I was waiting for. The young large eyes reflected my appearance. I must have looked rather unique. In that case, I would act the part.
どちら様かな？
That was how I met this girl who reminded me of something or someone I didn't quite know. Wow. Got one more for now. It's a Heart's Dawn. Oh, Francisca. The ring must have kept him tethered to this world as a ghost. After giving it to Luke, she felt unstable until Aya showed up with the other stone in her eye. Young Jed so adorable. Shock pierced my heart. The sensation of the cold ground spread across my back as I realized I had collapsed. This is from Francisca's point of view. I was shocked. That I understood right away, and I also knew that my life would soon end. And yet, time seemed to pass extremely slowly. All of my thoughts circled about. I've heard from someone before that before you die, your life will flash before your eyes. Who told me that? I think it was... My vision was turning red. It felt so hot. The heat of the air around me was going into my eyes. Is this the color of blood, or the color of the burning manor?
そうあの時と同じように
I'm crying. I'm crying again. I've done so without fail every single day. I've given her plenty of food, I've given her an ample change of clothes, I've given her a warm bed. And yet the baby will not stop crying. It's as if it is blaming me.
私は悪くない。仕方がなかった。全部アリアが悪いのよ。
And this is why I hate you, Francesca. I had a sudden urge to yell out loud. The cries of the baby become louder. It's so loud. It's not my fault.
うるさいうるさい。
My patience is at its limit. My hand reaches for the baby's frail throat. Jesus Christ, she was about to strangle. She was about to strangle Air. This is to silence the baby that won't be quiet. I have no choice. With the baby's throat choked, her cries weaken. See? What I'm doing is right. She is a psychopath. Those tiny hands hit my hand in resistance. It's so weak, but something stabbed me. It's holding something in its hand. A pendant. A pendant made to look like a snowdrop flower. This was what my brother gave to Arya. I thought it had burned up along with that woman, but you had it all along. I easily snatched it from the baby and was about to throw it away. It stopped crying and simply stared at me. That innocent and defenseless expression. Ah, this child knows nothing. My sins, my envy, my hatred. It knows nothing. Those innocent eyes simply watch over me. Her left eye bore the same color as brother's, and her right bore the same color as Arya's. I slowly lower my arm. I returned the pendant to her tiny hand, and the baby gripped it like it was her own treasure.
私はあなたから何も奪わない。私から誇りを奪ったあの女と同じような真似は決して。
I will not take. No, that won't be enough. I must give. Give what? Something that will save her as long as she lives.
エアル、あなたに新しい名前をあげる。
I'm sure you don't understand what I'm saying. Baby looked up at me with a blank stare.
ジェド、それが今日からあなたの名前よ。
Wow, rewrote her entire name. And Aya grew up with the name Jed because of Francisca, so she even forgot her true name, which was Aya. Jesus. Francisca is really making me hate her even more. I will make sure she lives a happy life. Just like her, she will grow up to be a kind person loved by all. Just like her, she will be strong and courageous. I would make her generous, trusting of others, and have a lot of love to give, something that another couldn't do.
あなたを育ててみせる。私の力の限りを尽くして。
I'm used to putting on an act. I will do what Arya could not. I will give you the happiness that Arya and brother could only wish for. I will give happiness to the child of the woman who stole my pride. And that will be the only way I will regain it. Yes, my pride. It's dark. I'm scared. Father always told me that I would be locked in the attic whenever I did bad things. I was locked up because I was bad. I was always told to never speak to a wolf. And yet, I broke the most important rule I was to follow. The adults were all angry, including mother and father.
この一族の恥さらしお前のような出来損ないいなくなってしまえばいい
Damn, she was beat as a child. It still don't make me feel sympathy for her though. Mother always said that while she whipped me. Time and time again, no matter how much I cried and apologized, she never stopped. Father would watch in silence. After mother was done whipping me, he would lock me up here. I cried right here, day after day. It was dark and scary in here. It was so cold I couldn't stop shivering. I was hungry. And where I was whipped still hurt. I wondered if mother and father forgot about me. Or maybe they really didn't want me anymore.
ごめんなさい。もういつけ破らないから。だから許して。お願い。
I heard a noise. Someone had knocked on the door. Who was it? Mother? Father? Or...
フランシスカ、起きているか。お兄様。
The trapdoor opened and light shone through. It was the first light I'd seen in days, and standing within it was brother.
静かに。
I ran to embrace him, but he stopped me. I see, he had come to me in secret. I hadn't been forgiven yet.
食事を持ってきた。温かいうちに食べろ。
He handed me a small tray. It was small, but there was freshly baked bread and a cup of steaming soup. I ate them immediately. It may have been bad manners, but I couldn't stop. It was delicious, it was warm, and I finished it up in no time. I was crying. It's the first time I cried because the food was so delicious. But it was all gone, and I started feeling sad again.
お父様とお母様、まだ怒ってる？ああ。私が悪い子だから、言いつけを守らなかったから、ボルグの子なんかと遊んだから。フランシスカ、お前は間違ってない。でも強くなれ。フランシスカ、大人たちは分かっていないんだ。心を売り渡してはダメだ。そして自分のしたことに誇りを持て。誇り？そうだ。いつか俺がファルジの一族を、いや、この町を変えてみせる。それをお前にも見せてやる。絶対に。
Is that your dream? His eyes were sharp like those of a hawk, yet they glittered with hope. Have pride. As long as I had pride, would I become like brother?
私もお兄様と一緒に。だから強くなります。お兄様を支えられるように。
You know that it was a smile.
ありがとう、フランシスカ。
Do not sell your heart. I repeated brother's words in my heart. He was always very solitary. He worked for the town and for the clan all by himself to achieve his goal. I was the only one who could support him. I was the only one who understood him. That was my pride.
こっちがエイプリル。そしてこっちがアリアだ。
After a while, brother brought two other people to me. A boy and girl about the same age as me.
俺の友人だ。そして二人ともボルグの一族だ。
After hearing that, I was surprised for a moment, but soon I understood. Because I understood brother. His dream was to change the town. This was a stepping stone for that. In order to nurture the bond between the two clans, he purposely made friends with the wolves.
やっぱりお兄様はすごい。
I had to be more like him.
フランシスカと言います。これからよろしく。アリア、エイプリル。
If brother called them his friends, then I will consider them as such. I will act accordingly. But I had to be wary so that I didn't trust them. These two would never understand brother like I did. Only I could do that.
実は私、魔女なの。は？
One day, as I was pretending to be their friend, Arya said that. What a terrible joke that was. Calling yourself a witch in this town was not funny.
お母さんが魔女だから、私は魔女の娘なの。ほら、見て見て。
After saying that, she pointed at her eyes. It was a normal color until earlier, but it was now red. It was true. She really was a witch. But why would you tell me that? What are you
こ
plotting?
れは家族と私たちだけの秘密。私とフランシスカとオルガとエイプリルの親友の間だけの秘密なの。私も？本当に私に話してよかったの？もちろんよ。フランシスカだから話したんだもの。私ね、こんな目だから人と話しちゃダメってずっと言われてたの。だ
I was the same. The only ones who gathered around me were the followers of the Hawk clan. I never had any true friends.
だから あなたは初めてできた親友なの。しかも女の子のお友達よ。
That's it? That's why she trusted me?
あなたは人を信じすぎるわ。そんなことを言って本当にいいの？もしかしたら私、他の人に喋ってしまうかも。
And you did when you
そ
grew
れ
up.
でもあなたには知っておいてほしかったの。
Even so, oh. I forgot voice acting. I shouldn't speak.
前から思っていたけど。あなた変わっているわ。
Our friendship continued for years. Though we were children then, we grew up to be adults. In the time between then and now, mother and father both passed away, making brother the lord of the Hawk clan. April, similarly, had become the lord of the Wolf clan. Arya had grown into a beautiful woman. Although she was still childish at heart, by then, pretending to be friends wasn't as hard for me anymore.
君はどことなく私に冷たいんだな。
そうかしら。あなたは色男だから女性に優しくされ慣れすぎてるんじゃなくって。
手厳しいな。だが嫉妬とも取れる。
軽薄な男性には興味がないの。
ならば君にとっては好都合だな。私は軽薄ではなく自由でいたいだけなんだ。そろそろ兄ばかりでなく私のことも見てくれないか？
Don't smile at me like that. I don't want to see the heat behind that game.
そういうところが嫌だわ。
Now that we were adults, talks of marriage arrangements had been suggested. Brother chose Arya as his spouse. They both urged Apis and me to marry. Apis and I had an awkward relationship, but this was all an act. I was not serious about him. I could quit this any time. He was not my type. If this was what brother wanted, I would do it. The marriages between hawks and wolves took place at the masquerade. Arya was to wed a hawk and I was to wed a wolf. Our relationship would become stronger after I married. Brother needed me.
あなたと同時に結婚式を挙げられるなんて夢みたい。本当にありがとう、フランシスカ。
You mustn't speak with a wolf. That's what I had been told ever since I was small. And around the same time, brother began to say that he would change this town. And he truly made that a reality. For the sake of the clan and the town, he achieved this union. Then I would gladly follow him. I would happily accept this. This was for brother's dream, and for my pride as well. That's what I thought. I never doubted that for a second. That's why, when I realized it, I was caught by surprise. After marrying, brother completely changed from the person I knew before.
ボルグの屋敷の生活はどうだ、フランシスカ？
初めは戸惑ったけど順調よ。みんな思っていたよりもいい人だったわ。
エイプリルは相変わらずか？
ええ、本当に困った人。でもお兄様もアリアと結婚なんて手がかかって仕方ないでしょ。あの子ったらこの間も町の子供に混ざって遊んだりして、しかも転んでドレスをドロドロにしたのよ。まったくファルジの当主の妻っていう自覚が。何？
いや、あれはそういうところが愛らしいからな。早く子供ができればよいのだが。
Saying that, brother smiled while looking downward. I'd never seen him make that sort of expression before. He thought of a happy future with Arya and looked like he was in love.
フランシスカ。
なんでもないわ。ちょっと疲れただけ。
そうか。ならばそろそろいとましよう。お腹の子にも触るからな。
I bid farewell to brother as he left. and sat there for a while all alone. Brother is in love. With whom? There could only be one. It was Arya. Arya had stolen his heart. Since when? Since after they were married? Or before that? Before? Then brother married out of love? It wasn't for the clan or the town? Then what about me? I'd supported him all along. I felt like the ground had crumbled beneath me. In my mind I had it all come crashing down.
どうしたんだ
Hand was suddenly placed on my shoulder. Its approach was insensitive and rude, yet it was done with care and tender kindness.
すまない。驚かせてしまったようだ。
いえ。
ひどく狼狽していたようだが、少しは落ち着いたかな。
Yes, that's right. I felt calmer after April. My husband touched me. Why would I feel at ease by this?
町の外れにいい店ができたんだ。少し歩くが、今夜オルガたちも誘って行かないか。
やめておくわ。最近あまり食欲がないの。
そうか。それは残念だ。気が向いたら来るといい。
He quickly left and I was all alone again. Were they all preparing to go by themselves? I couldn't feel lonely. I only married to become the bridge between the families. This was necessary for brother's dream. But what was his feeling? My heart leapt when I first touched April. My heart was overjoyed during the times I spent with Arya. It was all supposed to be an act. It was all supposed to be my imagination. Was I happy? Was I not all an act, and I really was happy?
そんなこと。
I finally realized it. It wasn't just brother. I had changed too. I was given happiness and was reduced to nothing more than a woman living her life.
嫌だ。そんなの。だってそんなの私じゃない。
Only I can support brother. Only I understood him. I'd done everything I could for brother's dream, for this town, for our clan. I put on this act all for that, or at least that's what I thought. Was it all wrong? Did my pride never exist? Was I not needed? Everything began to crumble away. This was the sensation of my whole being disintegrating. Why was I still here? I was with child now. With a child now. Brother had gone to her, and my husband refused to be by my side. No one was on my side.
嫌だ。お兄様を惑わせないで。私からお兄様を、誇りを奪わないで。アリア、お願いよ。
Wow. So because she has intense love for her brother, and essentially is essentially like really like be by my side forever, kind of like a yandere kind of deal. She done all this. Wow, Jesus, Francisca. Yeah, I already said. Yeah, you're a psychopath. I don't like you. This makes me feel no sympathy for you at this point in time. After knowing what you done. And now we're back to present. I see. The memories. The manor burns. My manor. Even with such huge flames in front of me, my body continued to grow colder. The feeling in my hands and feet was becoming numb.
あの子はちゃんと逃げ出せたかしら。
Sweet home Alabama. God. The manor she grew up in was about to be burned down, but what about her?
あとはあの二人があの子の力になるのかしらね。
My sons who take after Apris. I continue to tell them to never become like him. One had become drowned in love, the other had stained hands. If she is proof of my life, so are my two sons. How foolish I was. What a foolish clan. What a foolish town. The most foolish one of all. I heard a voice. Was I hearing things? No, this was
ア
her.
リア、そこにいるの。
There was no answer, but I knew she was there. Ori was bragging to me from the other side.
見てるかしら。私の育てた子。
My arms couldn't move. I awkwardly turned my head and felt as if our eyes met. She has grown up to be kind and loved by all, just like Arya. She has grown up to be brave, just like brother. She has grown up to be trusting, loving, and generous, something that I have never been able to become. Will she become that way? It's unfortunate that I will never see it now.
ねえ、アリア、見て。とってもいい子でしょ。
Alright, so we have 3 left, so... Close notes, save data. Okay, so that's the current chapter in 1, so... Move back. And just skip through. Choices. Not very purple of you. You did it was inconsiderate of me, so now we're doing even so. Here's the actual brute start.
それでも今日は泊まっていきなよ。
I closed my eyes and placed my hand over Lavan's.
正直さ、ちょっと怖いんだ。あまりにもいろんなことが起こりすぎて。みんなバラバラになって信じてたものが壊れていくみたいで。だから安心させてほしい。そばにいてほしい。
What if my voice was shaking? What sort of expression was Lavan making now?
ラバン、
わかった。
Suddenly our lips touched. First he kissed me gently. My god. Damn! Second time he went deeper. The breathing through our lips brought a sense of embarrassment to me. My god. I'm seeing the root of her dreams.
言い訳は聞かない。
Touched some sweat behind my ear and it made my shoulder twitch.
抑えきれない感情が混ざり合うたび、この手でお前を暴けたらいいのにと身勝手な父と変わらない。お前が煽ったものはそういうものだ。
More kisses fall from above. So many kisses and heavy breaths continued that my mind gradually turned into a haze. His arms around my back were so gentle and warm.
やめるか。
Lavan stares deep into me. I shook my head. Didn't want to let his arms go right now.
ジェド、
He whispered gentle, sweet nothings into my ear. Our lips had touched again. Oh, whoa. Damn. Yeah, man. The next day. She was feeling embarrassed because of the exchange with Lavan. That's what I got from it. That's fine. Didn't miss anything practically. That's fine, I'll just keep skipping. Hey yo, so did he spend the night? I think he did. He probably left the room afterwards. I accidentally skipped it, but from what I read, he literally had stayed the night, and then he left the room in the morning. It's like, goddamn. Skip to the next choice. Here we go. Okay. So because we're not doing Levi's route, the next option we pick is go to the chapel. Go to the chapel. But yeah, Bun got the Pog ending. Although we're not quite there yet, of course. Because we're still working our way through. Chapter 8. Go. The manipulation. T gets slashed by her dad. Rest in pieces. Not really, because she's still in one piece, but rest in pepperonis. Yeah, I think, okay, from what I've seen, it's probably recommended to do levies as a separate thing, but I don't know if you need to. Because I've done all the short stories and stuff. So, with levies, I'll just do it as the regular ones. The other endings that I did, and just do Lavan as a separate one. And just see if that's fine. Hopefully it is. Ripperoni and Pepperoni T's relationship with her father. And speak with Lavan, and we're doing Levy on Levy's rates. It's perfect, wraps it up. This would be a bit of new dialogue here. Where was Lavan? I looked around the chapel but didn't see him. Did he return to his room? What should I do? It might be annoying to visit him now all of a sudden, but after some more hesitation, I arrived at Lavan's room.
誰だ？
ジェドだけど。
ジェド？どうしたんだ？何かあったのか？
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだけど。
What should I do? I did come to his room, but I didn't have anything particular to talk about.
まあいい。座れ。
I stood there without saying anything, and he urged me to sit. I didn't know why I felt so nervous. Lavan sat down on the bed on the opposite side. Fine. I will check for you the dialogue. You didn't need to start a new game. Big oof. What did he say then afterwards? Here we go. Okay. There's like, the next day, I slept until the sun was high in the sky, but I still felt strangely tired. Is that it? And then they probably said it was because of Lavan. Right, okay. And then it said it was because of Lavan. Right, okay. Gotcha. It might have been because of Lavan from last night, and then he'd left the room. Got it. Okay, I pieced it together. Good enough. While I found a seat, the awkward silence continued. I'd better talk about something. I started to go from being hesitant to being flustered. That was when I heard Lavan laugh a little.
まったくお前はそんなに緊張するなら何か話す理由をつけてから来ればいいものを。
ごめん。
いやこっちこそ。
Lavan smiled as he usually did. That was enough to help me relax. The awkward silence turned into something more familiar. I looked down at my folded hands in my lap while Lavan slowly began to speak.
前に父親の話をしたな。
Put your arm below your shoulder. Oh, right, yeah. I think part of the outfit broke. I tried to get it as transparent as possible, but I guess part of the outfit just went oof. It's gone.
ボルグの当主だった？
そうだ。この指輪はその父からもらったものだ。
We know this. Lavan took off the chain around his neck to show the ring he had under his clothes. It didn't appear clouded, but it still gave off a bewitching glow.
俺はこの指輪を受け継いだ時からボルグの家に、いや父親の
To
影
me,
に
the original PNG will fix it for you. Aw, thank you, Bun. You're so nice. I send it to you after stream.
だから今でもこれを手放すことができない。
Lavan said it was dangerous to assume everything would default to the magical stone. This must have been the real reason why. Lavan's expression was grim when he looked at the ring. His feelings of impatience were almost palpable.
明日オルガを撃てばこの町は変わる。
Lavan looked up.
俺たちが新しい町を作ることができる。そして俺はその町を守っていく。今まで一族が成し得なかったことをすれば俺は本当の意味で当主になれる気がする。父を過去にできる。
His last words almost sounded like a wish.
すまない。こんな話を聞かせて。
ううん。話してくれてありがとう。
This hazy feeling inside seemed to have cleared up. We all had things we held dear. Just reconfirming that was good enough for me.
ラバンならきっとみんなから信頼される立派な当主になれるよ。
They were words that came from my heart. Lavan paused a little before smiling. I was sure he could protect this town. If I could assist him in that process, I would help in any way I could. That was what I thought. Oh, technically Air is a Hawk's child. She could be seen by marrying into the wolves. Intimation. Right, this is same. What's the next decision out of curiosity? Don't kill Olga, and this is reality. Don't run, won't run. Okay. I'll take it one step at a time. So don't kill Olga, and this is reality. depending on how far we get on this, if we don't quite get Levi's ending, then yeah, I'm just going to... Don't kill him. Then yeah, I'm just going to rename it and we'll have to do 16 episodes instead of 15. Chapter 9.
それは
I think we have to listen to the baby crying for so damn long. Jeez, that's like flashing lights by that point. How fast that's going. So this was reality. And it is don't run and won't run. Don't run away.
俺
Few of this, and then it's a won't run as well. And won't run. And just skip to the map. Right, here we are. Yeah, we can only be air. We have nothing really to do here. So the only thing left to do is go to square, nod, required. And then the only other option is I seek happiness. Oh, thank God it's watching. I was like, oh God. So go to the square and nod. Go to square, nod, required. Oh yeah, because I haven't done it with Levi. Yeah, it doesn't mark as doing these. To the church is clear. Oh, probably because I haven't done all the options. So these ones are clear, but because I haven't done the options for all of these. To the West Alley isn't clear because I didn't do Levi's one yet, and to the square isn't clear because I haven't done Lavan's yet. Got it. Makes a whole bunch of sense. That does. Skip until the thing. Whereas new dialogue, so nod. Instead of answering, I nodded.
ありがとうラバン
He said he would throw everything away he held dear for my sake.
ジェド
How happy would I be if I was able to live with Lavan?
でも今はもう少し一人で考えさせてほしい
My heart did move for him. I nodded back at Lavan's words. But I had no idea what this emotion was that I was feeling. I had to think more in order for me to answer his feelings honestly.
そろそろ行くよ
待て戻ったらお前は
身代わりになってくれてる人がいるんだ。逃げるわけにはいかない。
必ず何とかする。必ずお前を助け出してみせる。
I did nod, didn't I? It was a clarified. I left Lavan after you made that bold statement. I knew if I stayed with him any longer, my resolve would waver. He said that he would throw away this town and even the entire world. Lavan didn't know. In order to end this world, I would have to end my own life. What would Lavan say if I told him? Would he object to my discarding my life? I had a feeling he would stop me. Knowing how Lavan felt made me so happy and sad at the same time. But Is that really? It's clear. I did indeed nod. Oh, chapter 9-7 we go. So you got I can't decide what you've done, then we got I seek the light and I seek happiness. So I go with I seek happiness. And now we're on Lavan's ending. On chapter 10. And at last I see the light. That's going to be in the finale when we do that one, because that's the true ending. Lavan.
どんな手段を使ってもお前を魔女とは呼ばせない。お前を魔女と呼び拒もうとしている世界なんて俺はいらない。
He said that for me. I remember that. I was moved by his words, and before I knew it, I was nodding in agreement. Rather than release this world, I wanted to be with Lavan. Why did I? If I were to do something for his sake, what would be the next step for me to take? I don't know the answer to that yet. I didn't remember how I returned to the jail cell or what he talked about with Hugh when he welcomed me back. My mind was completely preoccupied. I tried to think back to what happened today, but all I could remember was Lavan. What should I do? What did I even want to do? I seemed to go around in circles asking myself these questions. What should I do? How should I do it? What should I do? I came to my senses when I heard something hit against the bars. It seemed that I had fallen asleep. It was already morning, my mind was still in a haze. How long had I slept?
出ろ。寝ぼけているのか。さあ、早く。
The bars were open. Was I allowed to leave? Or were they taking me somewhere else?
ぐずぐずするな。
It seemed it was the latter. The guard came into my cell and tied my hands behind my back while pushing me out. The pain in my wrists gradually cleared my mind.
どこへ行くんだ？
黙って歩け。
It seemed to be a waste of time to even ask. I had no choice but to do as they said. I wondered if I would be taken to the town square again to get jeered at. But that worry was in vain. We walked through the back alleys away from prying eyes. They never mentioned where I was going, but I could tell from the general direction. The dwellings of the wolf faction were up ahead, but why were we going there?
ここは
I dotted my eyes for a second. I realized I had returned to Francisca's manor. But the manor had burned down. The building in front of me looked so familiar, but the details were different. But still, it looked so similar to the manor where I lived with Francisca when I was a child.
いくつも同じ屋敷を作るとはな。金持ちの考えることはわからん。
Oh, that's right. This was a villa that Francisca used. It wasn't the same as that manor, although I felt saddened by the realization, seeing it still made me happy. I felt like the things I wanted to protect were still here.
いつまでも見てないで。さっさと入れ。
I felt lighter as I stepped inside the manor. But why did they bring me here?
入ります。
Since the exterior was the same, it wasn't a surprise that the interior looked familiar too. I went through the entrance and arrived at the door to the living room. That's right, this was the villa of the Lord of the Wolves, so Lavan owned it now. Lavan ran over to untie me.
すまない。こんな目に合わせて。
ラバンが謝ることじゃないよ。
I was tied up quite tightly, so Lavan had trouble unraveling the ropes. Finally realized that there were other people in the room.
連れてきました。ご苦労だったな。下がれ。はっ。
It was Lucas. It wasn't just Lucas, there were other people lined up behind him. I didn't remember everyone exactly, but they seemed to be with the Hawk clan.
さあ、解けたぞ。
ありがとう。ラバン、これは？
心配するな。お前は何もしなくていい。
He said that, but I was still nervous, considering the situation. In contrast to Lucas, there was no one with Lavan. He was the only one from the Wolf clan. I had no idea what was about to take place and why I was brought here.
要求通り、旅衆の魔女は連れてきた。話を聞こうか。ボルグの当主。
While I was still confused, they struck up a conversation.
まずはこちらの要求を受け入れていただき、感謝する。今日は交渉のためにこの場を設けさせてもらった。
前置きはいい。聞こ
う。では担当直入に、この場にてジェドを解放してほしい。
Began to hear murmurs from behind Lucas. I was surprised too. I didn't think that demand would be accepted because I.
その女は魔女だ。
嫌疑をかけられているだけだ。
十分だ。その女を解放してみろ。町の者からこぞって命を狙われることになる。捕らえておいた方がその女のためだ。
His words might have been cold, but Lucas said up front that I was imprisoned for my own safety.
ファルジの当主にそこまで気にかけていただいているとは。
I think Lavan also understood Lucas's intentions, and yet he looked quite disgusted.
これ以上この町に余計な混乱を生みたくないだけだ。俺もお前もお互い変わったばかりの当主では求心力もなかろう。
その心配はいらない。ジェドは魔女ではない。
根拠は町の者を納得させられるだけの根拠はあるのか。
ある。
He spoke with conviction. Did he really? I knew myself that I wasn't the kind of witch that people would need to fear. But there was no way to prove that.
ジェドは俺の妻だ。
Oh, what a bold claim. Huh? I managed to hold my voice, or rather I was speechless out of surprise. What did Lavan just say? Did he just say I was his wife? Oh, damn. Huh?
ボルグの当主の妻が魔女であるはずがない。
I didn't miss her. I'm Lavan's wife? What was going on? Why would Lavan say that? My mind couldn't keep up with the conversation. It was spinning around, my thoughts racing. I was sure I wasn't the only one feeling that way. Everyone else in the room must have been too. Surprised glances were exchanged as everyone looked at Lavan's and my face in succession. Yet no one uttered a word. The long silence was broken by Lucas.
事実か。
事実だ。俺とジェドは以前からそういう関係にあった。
What?
母上のことがなければ今頃は婚儀を済ませていたはずなんだがな。
I knew that was a lie. Lavan and I never had that kind of relationship. And there never were talks about a marriage. Lavan was trying to overcome this predicament with lies so that he could save me?
ファルジの一族は母上、先のボルグの当主の命を奪った。この上、今の当主の妻まで殺すというのか。
そのようなつもりはない。
信用できるものか。マスカレードでは友好的な態度を見せながら、数日も経たぬうちに屋敷を襲撃した一族の言葉など。
Voices of protest were raised behind Lucas.
さすがに言葉が過ぎよ。
事実を述べたまでだ。
That's true.
ボルグの全当主は魔女の権威があった。あれはやむを得ないことで。
権威のみで証拠もなく家を焼かれ、家族を殺される痛み。それに怒り、町の人々はオルガを打ち倒そうと立ち上がったのではなかったか。
それは。
母上は魔女ではなかった。にもかかわらず、お前たちに殺された。そして次は我が妻か。魔女かもしれないという疑いを一方的にかけて殺すのか。母上と同じように。
Damn, he really going into him. Lavan's voice gradually filled with anger, which put an end to the protests.
そうはさせん。いや、やれるものならやってみろ。だがその時は貴様ら全員根絶やしにしてやるぞ。ファルジの一族を一人残らず。ボルグの一族は必ずや復讐を果たす。
He's putting his foot down. He's putting his fist down on the damn table. The entire place was silent. Lavan was serious. Everyone, including myself, understood that. There were even some who looked pale out of fear. Not a threat if it's a promise.
失礼。少々話が飛躍した。さあ、返答やいかに。我が妻をこの場にて解放してもらえるかどうか。
その前にその女にも確認させてもらおう。今
Lucas was going to ask me himself. Everyone focused their attention on me. Lucas's eyes seemed sad while Lavan's were piercing. We all knew what the truth actually was. But what was the answer I would give? I hesitated briefly, but there was nothing to think about. I already decided on this answer yesterday. I accepted Lavan's words and feelings. It wasn't that I was completely sure of it. I was still hesitant, of course, but I still had to say it aloud. To Lavan and to everyone else here.
事実だ。
そうか。
Lucas muttered, casting his eyes down. Lavan's expression didn't change, but I felt that he seemed slightly more relaxed.
再度問おう。ファルジの闘士の返答はいかに。
今日は交渉の席と聞いてきたが、よもや脅迫を受けることになろうとはな。
そんなつもりは毛頭ない。ただ、妻を囚われたままでは今後の協力などままならないからな。
一人の女を解放する代わりにボルグの協力が得られるか。
不満か。
この町から争いの気配を消し去りたい。それは我らも望むことだ。
では
魔女、もとい、お前の妻は引き渡そう。
Even so, the talks had concluded. The negotiations were agreed upon here. In other words, Lavan's words are my answer too. I'm Lavan's wife. If that was how it was now, it didn't feel real. I just stood there dumbfounded.
では、我々はこれで失礼する。それと、言うまでもないことだが。
なんだ。
お前の妻だというのなら、今度はちゃんと守ってみせろ。
Damn.
ああ、この身に変えても。
After that exchange, Lucas and the other hawks left the manor. Their footsteps soon faded. The only ones left in the room were me and another person.
ジェド。
He embraced me gently from behind, his arms consoling.
よかった。お前が無事に帰ってきてくれて。
ラバンのおかげだよ。
What a nice CG. Blade's wedding march. I felt my voice crack. Was I the only one that was feeling nervous?
すまなかった。勝手なことを言って。あくまで名目上のことだ。本当の妻になってくれる必要はない。
そんな。
I didn't say that answer just to get out of that situation. Lavan moved away before I could continue. I felt warmth dissipating, leaving only the cold air behind.
ラバン、私は
I turned around to look at his face and found myself at a loss of words. That face wasn't the one I knew. It was like, yes, he resembled Lucas. It was like Lucas when he was acting as the heir to the Hawks. Lavan now had the same expression.
お前はボルグの当主の妻という肩書きを利用してくれればいい。それだけでも身の安全は高まるはずだ。
Those were calculating words. Did Lavan say those things to me just for this? Was that why he called me his wife? I thought our hearts had grown closer yesterday, but he suddenly felt so far away.
外に出てみるか。俺の言葉だけじゃ不安なんだろう。なら実際に体験してみればいい。
Lavan suggested that because he probably mistook my reaction. It didn't feel that way. There were too many things I was thinking about at that moment. And on top of that, the memory of being jeered at and stoned at the town square crossed my mind. After what happened,
いいから行くぞ。さあ。
he grabbed my hand and pulled me along. It was as if he didn't care about how I felt. After leaving the manor, we luckily did not run into anyone, but there were people scattered about when we arrived at the town square, and one by one, they noticed me. I looked down to try and escape their gaze, but those countless piercing eyes struck me.
大丈夫だと言っているだろ。
でも
My hand suddenly brushed against empty air. Lavan let go of my hand and I quickly lost sight of him.
ラバン、待って。
My worries and loneliness grew. I wanted him to hold my hand again. I looked up in the hopes of finding him, and
よかった本当に解放されたのね。さっきバルジの人たちが話してたのよ。魔女っていうのは誤解だったって。
the tavern employee, the old lady that always utilized my handyman services. There were more. One after the other, people gathered around me.
ま、俺は信じてたけどな。あんた
調子いいこと言ってんじゃないよ。町が魔女に滅ぼされるって昨日までビビってたくせに。
しかしあんたが本当に女だったとはな。
すっかり騙されてたわ。女装じゃなくて男装が得意だったなんて。
あ、そのごめんなさい。
いえいえ、私の方こそ力仕事ばっかりたくさん頼んじゃって。
I thought that the entire town feared or hated me. But I was wrong. There were so many that were welcoming me back. I felt something warm coming up from inside of me. I wonder where Lavan went. I looked around to find the person who brought me here. Oh. I finally noticed. Or rather, I remembered that I had forgotten. Beyond the people who had gathered around me, there were others who were looking from afar. Some bore expressions of fear, others had clear contempt in their eyes. There were many more people who were not happy that I was safe.
しかも結婚までしてたなんて。私もう驚きすぎちゃって。
え？
My sad feelings were startled out of me. People already knew about that. It just happened a moment ago.
相手がボルグの当主様ってのもまたな。
本当におめでたいわ。
So there'll always be those people that don't like Aya or Jed. And then there's obviously the ones who are supporting, like the tavern worker.
もうこんな風に気軽に話しかけたりもできないね。
そんなことはない。これからも妻と仲良くやってほしい。
ラバン？
I thought he disappeared, but he reappeared right next to me.
びっくりした。
あ、こりゃまた当主様もご一緒でしたか。
People who were making merry earlier suddenly tensed up. I didn't blame them. Lavan was now the Wolf Lord. And I was his wife.
ジェドだってそうしてくれた方が嬉しいだろ。
それはもちろん。
妻もこう言っている。よろしく頼む。
After saying that, Lavan bowed his head, causing everyone to tense up even more. I saw Lavan interacted with the townspeople in a more carefree way before. Was this because he was now the Wolf Lord? Or...
さて、今日のところは帰るとするか。すまない。少し街の様子を見に寄っただけなんだ。
Though he was nice about it, he spoke firmly. At the same time, he dragged me by the hand to return to the path we came from. I returned to Wolf Manor, which looked as if nothing had changed. Was an odd feeling within me. And then my new life began. In the new manor, I had no reason to lie about my gender anymore. And soon enough, Levi came by with a perplexed look on his face. He was happy that I was safe, but mad at Lavan for not telling him. But he still congratulated me. That's right, I needed to keep my marriage in name secret from Levi too.
あいつを信用していないわけじゃないが、秘密を知る人間は少ない方がいい。
でも、
二つも秘密を抱えていたお前ならわかるだろう。俺にもレビにも内緒で。
I couldn't agree completely, but when he said it so firmly, I had no choice but to back down. This day I still regretted keeping my secret from them. And yet, I was repeating the same mistake. 3 of us lived in the same manor, but we rarely saw each other. Levi often stayed out, and Lavan was busy with his work as the Lord. And I was typically stuck inside my room. I was still afraid of going outside the manor. I knew there were people who treated me well, but I hated the constant gazes from the people who didn't. I stayed inside because I didn't want to see people. The people I wanted to see lived with me, but I couldn't see them. But life continued for some time. One day during breakfast, Lavan appeared for the first time in a long while.
おはよう、ラバン。
The tone of my voice jumped high. He may have noticed that I sounded too happy.
ああ、おはよう。
Luckily, Lavan didn't seem to mind at all as he smiled at me. That smile seemed forced on his tired face.
大丈夫？なんだか顔色が悪いけど。
少し疲れているだけだ。かといって仕事を滞らせるわけにもいかないからな。
でも。
仕事に戻る。お前はゆっくり食べてくれ。
あ、待って。
At first we talked in a while, but that was it. Since then, Lavan and I constantly missed each other. Once every few days we would see each other only to exchange pleasantries. It was painful, being unable to help him, and never being together despite living under the same roof. We'd always been like family, and although it was only in name, I was Lavan's wife now. The more I thought of it, the more painful it became, and that pain forced me to turn to another source of pain, outside of the manor. The commotion from back then seemed to have passed. The town square was back to its original bustling mood. There were more people than I expected, so I felt uneasy, but the piercing gazes were much fewer than I thought, and...
まあまあ、これはボルグの若奥様。ご夫婦揃って全然姿をお見せにならないから心配していましたのよ。まだお祝いの言葉もお伝えしてないのに。
すみません、ラバンじゃなくて、主人は仕事が忙しくて。
True.
まあ、そうですの。では日を改めてご挨拶に伺いますわ。は
あ、ありがとうございます。
There were people who proactively came to talk to me. Many of them were with the Wolf clan, who only seemed to greet me as a formality since I was the wife of the Lord. On the other hand, people with the Hawk clan seemed to keep their distance, including the people I was close to before. Could it be because my position changed? I was a town handyman, then a witch, and now the wife of the Wolf Lord. Looking back, those were extreme changes, though it couldn't be helped that some would be more distant. I felt lonely. With my fear of the outside world decreased, I headed to town more often. I exchanged greetings with the people I met briefly. The Wolf Clan became more friendly with me. Thanks to that, I could feel how different the townspeople treated me now. They no longer suspected me of being a witch. I was simply the wife of the Wolf Lord. It reaffirmed how strong of an influence the wolves and the hawks had on the town. I decided to head out to meet the people more often than before. In turn, my time with Lavan became even less than before. Because of this, I didn't notice. I spent my time in town until the evening. When I opened the front door, it must have been a coincidence that Lavan happened to pass by.
Lavan. ただいま。ごめん。遅くまで出かけてて。
Lavan walked away without saying a word. His false smile was no longer there. From that day on, or perhaps it had gone on longer and I simply hadn't noticed, Lavan started to act strangely. He no longer smiled and any sort of cheerfulness was gone. Even when I spoke to him, his responses were sparse. He could be tired from his non-stop work. I really thought so in the beginning. Although I offered it late, I volunteered to help him with his work or any household chores. But he refused it all. I don't want it, I don't need it, and in the end... Yes, that's what he said. It could have been my imagination. I wanted to think I was just paranoid, but I could tell. He was avoiding me. Why? What happened to Lavan? Did I do something? I couldn't come up with an answer no matter how much I thought. I could only be confused as time continued to pass. I worried about it on a daily basis. I walked around the manor in a melancholic mood and heard a loud noise in the living room. What was going on? I didn't think Lavan would make that kind of noise. Suspicious, I quietly went to the living room, and that was...
Levi?
Yeah.
A simple response came back to me. It had been a long time since I'd seen him. Then again, it was very normal when it came to Levi.
何をしてるの?
Levi was trying to put together a large bag. It was overflowing and about to burst.
見ての通りだよ。
わからないから聞いてるんだけど。
だから荷物をまとめてんだよ。こっから出てこうと思って。
Hey, what? Why?
え?
まあ、今までだってほとんどいなかったようなもんだけどな。
それはそうだけど、どうして急に?
いつまでもお邪魔虫がいんのもどうかと思って。新婚夫婦の新居にさ。
お邪魔虫なんてそんなこと思ったことは。
なあ、分かってるって。お前も兄貴もそんな風に思ってないのは。
だったら
気まずいんだよ。俺が。で、ちょうどいいとこも見つかったし、さっさと引っ越しちまおうかなって。まあ、それだけじゃなくて、他にも考えなきゃなんねえこともあるしな。
そんな。
仲をすんなって、ちょくちょく顔は出すし。お前だって、いつでも俺んち遊びに来ていいから。よし、入った。
Levi was victorious in tying up his bag. He quickly stood up.
じゃあな、兄貴にはもう言ってあるし、残ってるもんは適当に処分しといてくれよ。
I personally wouldn't throw it out, but okay. Empty nest. He was gone. It was so sudden that I couldn't do anything but watch him leave with a blank look on my face. In the living room were scattered things that were now considered trash. I was left behind here all alone.
レビってこんなに物持ってたんだ。
My mind went to a completely tangential thought. Then again, if he left them behind, it might not belong to him. Most of Levi and Lavan's belongings must have burned in the previous manor. Whatever survived the fire and what was stowed safe away in storage was brought over here, but... I looked around the room to see glasses and plates stacked high. These definitely don't belong to Levi. A plate that was left far from the others caught my eye. It was a pictorial plate with a portrait on it. I knew the person who was on it.
灰高だ。
Must be when he was still called Apris. Usually dressed slovenly, but he was wearing formal attire here and making a serious expression. This is exactly how he was looked in the flashback of the past Hugh showed us.
本当にボルグの当主だったんだ。
I knew it to be true, but I still couldn't reconcile it with my image of him. I only knew him as Ashen Hawk. Speaking of which, how was he doing now? Thinking about him made me all nostalgic.
ジェド、
あ、ラバン
I was reminiscing and didn't notice Lavan coming up next to me. He looked exhausted but seemed slightly more gentle than usual.
レビが来てたのか。
そう。
It had been a while since we last talked. It made me strangely nervous.
ラバンは何か用事？
別にお前の姿が見えたから。
His voice trailed off and his expression froze. He saw what I was holding in my hand.
まだそんなものが残っていたのか。
What a long ass neck should be Lord of the Giraffe Nickelback. Right. My god. He took the pictorial plate. Without another look at the portrait, Lavan tipped his hand, smashing it. The plate slipped and fell to the floor, shattering into countless pieces.
いきなり何を？
I stopped myself midway. Lavan's eyes were terribly clouded. I'd seen those eyes once before. It was when I looked inside his heart. That's right, Lavan hated his father.
あいつのせいで母さんがあいつのせいで俺はあいつの血が俺に流れてる。嫌だ嫌だ嫌だ。死ね死んでしまえ。
His eyes were filled with hatred for Apress, Ashen Hawk.
不快だな。
The darkness of his voice sent chills up my spine.
まだ許せないの？父親のこと。
I managed to speak despite being intimidated by Lavan's eye.
そうみたいだな。
そんな他人事みたいに。
Sheesh.
以前は抑えられていた。お前のおかげで。
私の？
子供の頃からお前に気づかされていた。身勝手に自分勝手に物事を考えてしまう俺は常に正しくあろうとしてきた。あの男のようにはなるまいと、あんな自分勝手な生き方をするまいと。
Lavan put his hand over his chest and gripped his shirt. Underneath must have been the ring he inherited from his father.
そんな身勝手な血をついでたまるかと。
ラバンは身勝手じゃなかったじゃないか。フランシスカのこともレビのことも気遣ってて、子供の頃からずっと。
Me too.
だが今の俺はどうだ。あの男と同じことをしてないか。俺の身勝手でお前を縛り付けているんじゃないか。ボルグの一族に、俺自身に。
そんなことはない。ラバンは私を助けてくれただけだ。
I rejected that notion immediately, but he twisted my words for the worst.
お前はあの男にも助けられたと言うんだろうな。
あの男？
どうであの男の亡霊と暮らしていたんだろう。一緒に暮らすようにお前を縛り付けた。
違う。
Ashen Hawk never restrained me. He always did everything for my sake. At first I didn't have a choice, but gradually I enjoyed my life with him.
死んで消えたはずなのに、亡霊になってまでお前のことを縛り付けた。そして俺はあの男と同じことをしている。
What a nice mullet. my god.
私は縛られてここにいるわけじゃない。いやいやラバンと暮らしているわけじゃない。
I wanted to live with him because he was Lavan. He'd always helped me ever since we were children. He chose me over the whole town. What Lavan was saying wasn't wrong. It was true that the two of them could be seen as doing the same thing. But both of them created a place they could call home. There was no malice there, yet Lavan was suffering because his actions were similar to that of his father's. He didn't know the feelings behind what Ashen Hawk, what his father did.
父親としても夫としても友としても私は失格の人間だ。子供も妻も友も私のことを憎んでいる。すべての人々に憎まれて当然のことをした。いくら憎まれても許されないだけのことを。
フランシスカのことを愛してなかったの？
Am I wrong? I guess not exactly.
いいや、愛していた。
It's how they didn't love him.
ハイタカは言ってたよ。憎まれて当然のことをしたって。妻を、フランシスカのことを愛してたって。ラバンのことだって。
そんなはずはない。
ラバン。
もしそれが事実だとしても、その愛は受け入れられず押し付けるだけのもの。俺もまた。
Their words might not have been enough to convey the message, so I reached for his hand. But he moved his hand away.
ラバン。
今はお前に触れられるのが怖い。
After saying that, he left the room. I couldn't stop or follow him. All I could do was watch as he left. I had no intention of peering into his heart. I'd seen with the power of my eye the darkness inside Lavan. If I used my witch's eye, I might have been able to see more. But the hatred inside Lavan isn't caused by the magical stone. It resides deep within his heart. Taking away the magical stone wouldn't solve it. Right now, my words and emotions could not reach him. I couldn't tell him how I feel.
何をしていたんだ、私は。
I already knew of the darkness that resided in Lavan's heart and the reason it existed. I should have known that Lavan was acting strange, and yet I did nothing. Lavan had been enduring it alone all this time. He hid the growing darkness within himself from me. I've lived with him all this time. I'm supposed to be his wife. He did so much to save me and I did nothing in return.
私はラバンに何もしてない。
Don't say that. Now is not the time to feel down. There should still be something I could do. I wanted to do something for Lavan. Something I could do to give him back his smile. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna go grab some snacks. I'll be back in a second. See you all in a little bit. See you. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Oh, going BRB on such a dramatic scene. Then way to cut the drama. You need for snacks is thicker than the plot. Lily, okay fine, I'll go back to your so-called drama that you like. I have to think. Renewing my resolve, I looked at the shattered pictorial plate. One of the pieces was Apis' eye and met my own. What do you mean too late? The mood's gone. Oh my god. SMH, I'm sorry. And then I snuck out of the manor. I passed through the town and into the forest. I treaded down the paths I walked on for years to reach the tower I once called home. I believed that I could meet him if I went there. Uncultured, oh my god. I could see it now, the tower from the outside was completely dark at night. There wasn't a single light. Was he not there? No, knowing that man, he probably felt that lighting a fire was too much trouble.
Haitaka?
I tried calling out to him but received no response. Did he not hear me, or was he sleeping? Or maybe he wasn't there anymore. I shouted even louder in the hopes of erasing my worries.
Haitaka!
Some birds flew away, startled at my voice. In place of those birds, I sensed a new presence appearing. He appeared out of nowhere right in front of me.
こんな時間に大声を張り上げるとは少々はしたないのではないかな。
We see no appreciation without making an atmospheric autonomy game. I'm glad sorry doesn't fix what you did, oh my god.
Haitaka!
I felt relieved hearing his familiar voice, and I practically rushed toward him. There was no time for the usual banter.
ハイタカは言ったよね。フランシスカを愛していたって。
どうしたんだいきなり。
息子たちのことは？ラバンもレビのことも愛してたの？ねえ、どうなんだ？
落ち着くんだ。君が何を言っているのか、私にはさっぱり。
愛していたなら、その気持ちをラバンに伝えてほしい。頼むから。
まずは真面目に君の話を聞こう。返事はそれから。
To become fix the trauma and issues you've caused your son. Calmed me down and I was finally able to explain the circumstances. I told him what happened, how Lavan had completely shut himself off emotionally. My words could no longer reach him.
それで私か。
If he knew how Ashen Hawk felt, if the blood that flowed through him wasn't something to be detested, the darkness inside Lavan could be lifted. I honestly believed that. I didn't know anything about Apris, but I did know Ashen Hawk. The ghost in front of me was someone who had protected me from solitude and loneliness for years. I knew that he wasn't a loveless person.
事情は分かった。
それじゃあ
だがそれはやめておいた方がいいだろ
Even after explaining everything, Ashen Hawk's answer was no.
そんな、どうして？
う。君の言葉すら届かないのに私の言葉が届くはずがない。そもそも私には父親たる資格はない。息子と呼ぶのもおこがましいな。
それでも
With no one else I could turn to, Ashen Hawk continued with gentle words.
どうして君はそこまで必死になるんだ。
どうしてって、それは
Because it was the right thing to do. Besides,
だってラバンだから。
だから
ラバンとはずっと兄弟みたいに育てられてたし、いつも私を助けてくれたし、私のことを強く思ってくれてもいた。
それで
だから私だってラバンのことを助けたいし、自分を大切にしてくれるラバンに応えたいっていうか。
their thoughts became organized as they spoke them out loud. But there was only one part he couldn't figure out.
だから彼の気持ちを受け入れるということかな。気づいてないようだが君が言っているのはそういうことだ。さて君は彼のことを好きだと思っているのかな。
それは
I didn't know. I didn't dislike him, there was no way I could, but did I love him? I wasn't sure. Just as Lavan loved me, did I feel the same way?
わからないけど、ラバンに触れられないのは辛いかも。
After I said that, Ashen Hawk burst out laughing. I was being serious, how rude.
まったく君は奥手にも程があるな。
悪かったな。
いや知らないのだから無理はない。だから教えてあげよう。それは恋情だよ。間違いなく。
恋情？
Feelings of longing. This was what that felt like. That was the emotion I had been feeling. I wanted Lavan to smile. I wanted to understand him. I wanted to touch him. I didn't understand. Trying to give a name to this emotion still didn't feel right. But
恋情とかそういうのはわからないけど、私はラバンが好きだ。だからラバンの力になりたい。
そうか。
he smiled and nodded. He always joked around, but Ashen Hawk really was like a father to me.
ならその思いを伝えればいい。君自身が。私の言葉なんかよりその方がよほど効果的だ。
でも私の言葉は
自分の気持ちも理解できてない人間の言葉が届くはずがない。だが今は違う。だろ？思いは伝えられるときに伝えた方がいい。でなければ後悔だけが残る。
The tone of his voice was tinged with pain. What happened in his past could never be reversed. But for me,
ありがとうハイタカ。やっぱり会いに来てよかった。
おかげで柄にもない話をしてしまった。さて、そろそろ夜が明ける。戻った方がいいだろう。
そうだね。また来るよ。
次は明るい時間に頼む。またこんな時間に叩き起こされてはたまらない。
Ashen Hawk saw me off as I left the tower. My mind was a mess earlier, but it felt so much better now. I was able to say goodbye to him with a smile. I should be fine now. I would try to talk with Lavan properly once more. I could then tell him how I felt. My true feelings. Imagine getting relationship advice from the ghost of your father-in-law. Motherfucker, you're a ghost, you don't need sleep. After the girl left, Ashen Hawk spoke to a dark corner.
と いうことだそうだ。あとは君が直接聞くといい。
Lavan was there, of course he was.
わざとこう仕向けたのか。
さて、今さら父親面するつもりもないし、謝っても意味がない。それは私自身が一番よくわかっている。
当然だ。
だがあの子が言っていたように愛を言葉にした方がいいのかな。
切り殺されたいのか。
亡霊の私に向かって投げかけるにはなかなか気の利いた言葉だ。
Oh my god, lol.
あなたのそういうところが。
What, he's a ghost? Lavan removed the chain from his neck. The ring with the hawk motif was hanging from it.
懐かしいな。
これを見るたびに殺したいと思っていた。
God.
死んでしまえばいいと。
Wait, did Lavan go down to vanquish his brother's ghost out of pettiness? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. He was probably just... He was probably... I don't know. He definitely went in for a reason, but I don't think that's it. You're like 15 years too late, Lavan. Your dad had been dead all this time. I know, right?
亡霊になってもあなたは心の枷だった。生涯外せないものだと思っていた。ボルグの一族である限り。だが違った。俺自らこの枷を外す力がなかっただけだ。それをまたジェドに気づかされた。これをあなたに返そう。
He held out the ring, which Ashen Hawk reluctantly accepted. The magical stone's murkiness thinned, letting out a beautiful glimmer and making Ashen Hawk squint.
私は何も残せなかったな。
一族は残った。あなたが残したものだ。
そうだな。
俺は証などなくても新しいボルグの当主として生きていく。あなたが見捨てた一族を、町を俺は守る。
ああ、それでいい。
I guess they made up. Nice. Lavan turned his back to the smiling Ashen Hawk and headed into the forest. He walked toward where the girl was. After going through the forest to return to town, the sky was still dark. However, the smell of the morning was floating in the air. It was about time Lavan normally woke up, so he'd better hurry. I could pretend to wake up as I usually did and leave the room to find Lavan. And then...
Jedo.
I thought I was hearing things at first. Even though I was thinking of him, I didn't expect to hear his voice. He was standing right in front of me.
ラバン、どうして？
お前の姿が見えなかったから外に出てみた。
あ、そうなんだ。
What should I do? All the things I wanted to tell him just vanished from my mind. He appeared so suddenly that I wasn't ready for this. What if he asks me where I was? I didn't think I could tell him honestly.
ごめん。
昨日はすまなかった。
I wanted to apologize before he asked me anything, but then he did so fast.
昨日のことだ。あんな八つ当たりみたいなこと許してほしい。
There was light in Lavan's eyes. Is he back? Then yesterday. Maybe. Maybe he really was just tired. Then maybe I didn't need to.
思いは伝えられるときに伝えた方がいい。でなければ後悔だけが残る。
Ashen Hawk's words crossed my mind in my reluctance. I had to tell him now. I didn't want to have any regrets with them. I wanted Lavan to smile. I wanted to understand him. I wanted to touch him. And then I became embarrassed as I thought of the words to say and emotion to express towards Lavan.
ジェド。
あのさ、少し二人で歩かない？
That was the first thing I blurted out. I needed time to get ready, but if we returned to the manor, I think I would lose that opportunity.
それは構わないが。
We walked through the quiet town together. The town was covered in snow year-round, and it was especially cold in the morning. That's why we walked a little bit closer than usual. I couldn't find the opportunity to start the conversation, so we remained silent.
何か用があるんじゃないのか?
Lavan broke the silence in an impatient yet gentle tone.
話したいことがあるんだけど。
I mumbled to myself. I made the decision to tell him, but I couldn't find the words. I felt so pitiful and frustrated.
時間が必要なら今すぐでなくても。俺たちは同じ屋敷で暮らしているんだし。
いや、それじゃダメだ。今でないと。
I knew it wasn't making sense. I just couldn't bring myself to say it.
それならあそこを借りるか。
あそこ?
I looked at Lavan's line of sight and saw the church.
寒さをしのげるし、少しは落ち着くだろ
う。でも。
I wondered if we would be any trouble at this hour. Lawrence and Eric were probably still asleep. But it would be bad if they woke up. I didn't want them hearing this conversation. While my mind was spinning in circles, Lavan quickly moved and opened the door. I had no choice but to run after him. Even at this hour, the church did not keep its doors locked. Did they forget to lock it last night? Or perhaps Lawrence was awake and he unlocked it. I didn't know why it was that way, but luckily no one was in the chapel. Lavan and I were alone. The situation happened in the past, too. It was a fond memory from not so long ago. Back then, Lavan and I...
どうした? いきなり笑い出して。
前にもここで二人きりになったことがあったなって思って。覚えてる?
いつのことだ?
そんなに前のことじゃないよ。二人で結婚式の真似事をしたとき。
Only we'd do it for real this time. Lavan seemed to have remembered. He blushed and looked away.
おかしいよね。男二人で結婚式の真似事なんて。
まったくだな。あの時は俺もどうかしていた。
本当はあの時ラバンはもう知ってたんだよね。また。
Just a face again.
実はあの時、私もドキドキしてたんだ。このままラバンとなんて考えたりして。
俺は自分の気持ちを抑えるのに必死だった。
あの時は冗談だったけど、今は本当に
Oh
ラバン
well.
の妻だ。
形の上でだけのな。
Memories were such strange things. Just talking about something we shared together could make everything we said so beautiful.
私は子供の頃からずっとラバンに憧れていた。弱い私とは違って、私にはない強さを持っていたから。
俺は強くなんてない。
それも最近知った。私は気づくことができなかった。ラバンだっていろいろな悩みを抱えていることに。そんなの誰だって当然持っているはずなのに。
I was so dense yet he carried me. As the eldest son, as the heir to the wolves, as the lord, as a man. He shouldered so many things without his knowing, and it caused him so much strife.
だからこれからは私がラバンを支えていきたいんだ。ラバンが私にそうしてくれていたように。
ジェド。
ラバンのことが好きだから。
I finally said it. I wasn't able to earlier, but it came out so smoothly. Lavan stared at me without saying a word. After a while, he silently held out his hand. I grabbed it without hesitation. I entrusted my body and soul to him as he led me to the I just my body insult him as he led me to the stained glass window. We were in the same place where we played Wedding that day.
ジェド。
うん。
俺と共にいてほしい。
うん。
この先何があっても絶対にお前のことを話はしない。
Always, you're so good at English. I know, right?
守ってみせる。
Here's the scene where they kiss. Come on, you gotta kiss now. You're getting married, you gotta kiss.
うん。
俺の妻になってくれるか。
I already had an answer to that. Lavan knew my answer, but he asked so seriously. The playful side of me came out.
ロレンスがいないね。
ん？
結婚式は神父に見守られながら愛を誓い合うものだって教えてくれたのはラバンだよ。
余計なことを教えてしまったな。
Lavan smiled wryly. I was sorry for breaking the mood.
私も今はラバンと二人だけがいい。もう一回言ってくれる？
何度だって言ってやる。俺の妻になってくれるか。
Here comes the bridal dressed in white. Du, 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 du. Du, 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 du. Du, 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 du.
はい。
It's beautiful. I closed my eyes and our lips touched. This was the continuation of the wedding from that day. This was the kiss of our vows. It's so beautiful. Oh my lord. Where'd the bouquet toss? Now, straight up, get straight to kissing. On this day, at this moment, we were now husband and wife. From now on, our hearts would never be clouded. I might be tormented again as a witch, and Lavan may suffer as the Lord of the Wolves. Even so, we would take one step at a time together. It was alright to take it slowly. I'd like to live on in this world this way. Together with Lavan. Forever and ever.
この先どんな困難があろうともお前と共になら乗り越えていける。
Where'd the cake, the buffet? How the frick am I supposed to enjoy a wedding without food? Oh my god. And there we go. That's Lavan's ending done. Now we just have Levi's left for this stream, but I don't know if we're gonna make it through the whole thing. I'll try and get through most of it though.
少しずつ溶かしてゆくのあらふる鳥のくちばしでついばまれた者たちの歌が聞こえてきます切っ先がぶつかり合うような鋼のきしんだ声が唱えるマットネスどうかその
Oh my god. Instead of English localization, it actually says English localization. That's hilarious. I never noticed that before. That is just funny. Psychedelica of the Ashen Hawk. Yes, sir, I speak English, you good. The Wolf's Wife, unlock Lavan's ending, let's go. Yes, I also speak English. My god. We can continue now, we don't have to do a thing. Where should I continue from? Let's have a look. Levi's ending, we've done all these anyway. Load the previous save file from Lavan's route specifically, open chapter 7-2, I'll go 7-1. All I'm gonna do is get to the I Seek Laughter at the bare minimum before I finish. Do you understand? Oh my god. Instead of man Joseph saying, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my lord. It was inconsiderate of me. That levy's gonna be roughly as long as Lavan's just was, so around an hour. For the ending alone. Sis, I'll check and see how Levy is doing. I know we have to do that. I wondered if Levy was already asleep. Double check. Yeah, I'll check and see how Levy is doing. I stood in front of his room and perked my ears. He was groaning. Why would he be? Were his wounds still hurting? Or...
Levi, 入るよ!
I had a bad feeling about this. I opened the door wide without knocking. Levi was holding his head between his hands, but upon my entry he jumped up in surprise. Even from the doorway I could tell that he looked extremely pale.
どうしたの? まだ痛む?
I called out to him while walking over.
俺はなんとも。
なんともないはずないだろ。真っ青だ。落ち着いて。大丈夫だから。ね。
I sat next to him on the bed and started rubbing his back. He was shaking and his shirt was drenched in sweat. I pat him slowly to calm him down. Soon his shaking stopped and his heavy breathing also slowed. He mumbled in a teary voice.
思いっきり噛みついちまって。
いいよ。もうなんともない。
あのガキにも怖い思いさせちまったよな。
He was clearly suffering from night terrors and Jed interrupted him.
どうかな。エルリックが怖がるなんて想像つかないけど。
お前のことも、あいつがいたことも分かってなかったんだ。
それくらいおかしくなってた。お前を切った時から。
もう過ぎたことだよ。
The wound had healed and the pain was completely gone, but the wound in Levy's heart still hadn't healed. He still felt guilt and regret over what he did.
あの時俺もうダメだと思った。もう完全に人間じゃなくなっちまったって。ずっと俺が殺した奴らの影に亡霊に怯えてた。ずっと見られてた。
Levy's eyes wandered. He looked afraid as if there were a ghost right in front of him.
死んで終わりにしようと思ったけどできなかった。一番傷つけたくない奴を殺しちまったのに自分のことは殺せなかった。魔石のせいなんかじゃない。俺の手でお前を殺した。
He blurted out those words of regret and started shaking again. I wanted to get him to calm down, so I pulled his shoulder toward me a bit roughly.
さっきも言っただろ。俺は生きてる。生きてピンピンしてる。ほら、心臓の音がするだろ。ちゃんと暖かいし。
I have a feeling I've seen this scene before. I have no idea why. Hearts seem to beat together.
ちゃんとレビも暖かいから大丈夫だから。
Maybe I haven't. Adam placed and rested my cheek on his head. We could feel each other's body heat and they seemed to melt together.
お前だけは。
Levy also leaned on me as if entrusting me with his body. He called me the person he wanted to protect the most. I wondered what he meant by that. I thought about asking, but before I could, Levy continued.
おかしくなってた時ずっと寒いとこにいたんだ。そこにお前が来てくれた。俺の手を取ってくれた。逃げるなって言ってくれた。お前が男でも女でも関係ない。ボルグの一族じゃなくてもたとえファルジだったとしてもそうだ。お前がそばにいてくれればそれでよかった。俺にはお前が必要だったんだ。
His voice softened as he seemed to go into a daze. He must be so tired. I wanted to get him to sleep.
お前のことが好きなんだ。
Those sudden words made me jump. Even it came from someone half asleep and in a lot of pain. In what way? Like a brother, or? As my body moved out of reflex, Levy's body lost its support and he fell onto his hands. On the hand that had been punctured.
あ、ごめん。手の方は。
ああ、もう使い物にならないかもしれねえな。
I can confirm hearing someone else's heartbeat has therapeutic effects. That's good. He said something so grave as if it were nothing. He seemed to act relieved while he looked at his hand.
この程度じゃ罪の償いにもならねえし、お前さえ生きててくれればこんな手どうなっても。
レビ。
It was the fact that there was a side of Levy I didn't know. But that didn't mean the side of Levy I did know was a lie. Levy was still himself.
もう寝た方がいいよ。しばらくついててあげるから。
I moved Levy's limp body on his side on the bed.
あのさ、一個だけ聞いていいか？
何？
お前さ、あの後どうやって助かったんだ？
ルーガスに助けてもらった。
ルーガスに？
I hesitated briefly but decided to be honest about it. Levy looked suspicious as I expected, but he appeared to be convinced at the answer.
そっか。ファルジにいいやつがいても不思議じゃないよな。ボルグにだって俺みたいなのが。
After saying that, Levi dozed off quietly. Knowing he would be fine now, he'd sat at his sleeping place for a little longer. He looked so tired, but there was something about his face that appeared relieved. Levi could have been under the influence of the magical stone and I wouldn't have known. But because he had been completely under its effect, he looked so worn out. I wondered if Olga also looked like this when he went mad from his magical stone. I wondered how Lucas and T would see their father. I exited the room and secretly checked out the chapel. Not a lot of time had passed, but just as Lawrence said, there were quite a few people already there. I'd catch people's attention if I went out dressed like this, but I hesitated to purposely change into women's clothes. While I was waffling, I saw Hugh out the corner of my eye. He's still here. He was in the shadows right under the stained glass window. That position was like a blind spot that most people would overlook. Hugh noticed that I was approaching him and he gave a bright smile. I didn't talk to him and just looked up at the same stained glass window where he was looking. Wait, is this the same thing? Oh wait, I am going through the same stuff. Okay, skip. I didn't even realize until he said the craftsman. I was like, ah, I've seen that before. If there's gonna be any line you remember from this, it would be Majo wa Korose. Kill the witch. That's like the most line that you would remember. Skipping through the story until we get to a decision to go on Levi's route once more. There we go. Who should I go and talk to? Levi. I wanted to talk to Levi. I looked and found Levi sitting on the couch.
Levi.
Ah.
We gave each other a short greeting and Levi smiled his usual smile. I thought he'd be nervous, but it seemed not. Felt reassured to see that.
ちょうどよかった。お前に話しておきたいことがあったんだ。
話しておきたいこと?
Levi moved slightly off the seat to create a space for me to sit. I moved in and sat.
話って。
俺さ、これでみんなうまくいって、兄貴たちが町を治めるようになったら、ちゃんと罪を償おうと思う。
Huh? Levi was exactly the same as he used to be. I was not ready to face the brutal reality all of a sudden. To atone for his crimes, in other words.
黒い影の?
いつまでもこのままってわけにいかないだろ?
His voice was mixed with a dry laugh, but it felt slightly kinder than the usual Levi.
兄貴には迷惑かけちまうし、どんな罰があるかはわからねえけど、俺は狂った獣じゃなくて人間として裁かれたい。 だからそのためにも明日は負けられない。
レビ
お前には俺の気持ちを知ってて欲しかったんだ。どうした？
なんか遺言みたいだ。
バッカお前、縁起でもねえこと言うな。
ごめん。
I made a fist over my lap. I knew this. Levi had to take responsibility for what he did. I already knew this, but it hurt.
明日頑張ろうな。
I couldn't do anything. All I could do was nod in response. David arrives this morning and the plan we put into motion. And this is when, yeah, that food went stuck. Don't kill Olga. I think it's the right choice practically every time right now. Let me check. So yeah, don't kill Olga's right, then do this is reality, don't run and won't run. Such lively music, always seeing the backstory of betrayal, I know, right? I love how Levi is almost the same hairstyle as Apris and Lavan has almost the same hairstyle as Olga back then. So this was reality. Which, don't run away. And won't run. Right, here we go. So, now we done that. Go to West Alley, I Love Levi is required. Yo, I got betrayed, but at least this beats. God. So to the square is still clear, Snowdrop Field is clear. To the tower is clear. To the prison is clear. The church is clear. The only thing left to clear is to the west alley. I can skip to the choice as well. I loved Levi. Because I loved Levi. He was always by my side, he always cheered me on. It didn't matter if I was a man or woman, Levi always looked at me for who I was. And I loved that about him.
そろそろ行くよ。ありがとう。私のために一生懸命になってくれて。
ちゃんと考えろよ。お前を必要としてるやつだっているってこと。
うん。ちゃんと考えるよ。
I turned my back to Levi and started running.
何があっても絶対にお前のことだけは助けてみせるから。
I felt Levi's gaze on my back until I was hidden from view in the fog. My mom set me up to be a crazy serial killer, but this is a tune I could twerk to. My god. And that's West Alley complete. So all that's left is to go to chapter 9-7. Save here. On a new slot. Twice. Because I can literally just return straight there for the start of next episode. It'd be great. So then I seek happiness and I can't decide. All that's left is I seek the light and I seek laughter. For Levi's purposes, we're going I seek laughter. Chapter 10. Again. For the third time now.
何があっても絶対にお前のことだけは助けてみせるから。
The exchange with Levi crossed my mind.
レビが大好きだからか。
I tried saying that out loud. That's right, it was such a simple reason. Just as I wanted to save Levi, the same went for him about me. That made me so happy, I had to reciprocate. I needed to find a way to save Levi as soon as possible. I needed to make it so that he could continue to live as a member of the Wolf Clan. I had to do it in a way that I wouldn't cause trouble to the people who believed in me. And for that, time continued to pass while I struggled to find the answer. It was already morning. I couldn't waste any more time. I needed to find a way. The situation around me moved faster than I could react to it.
起きろ。
I heard rough footsteps as two men came down to the underground jail. They didn't need to tell me, I was already awake. The two of them opened up the cell and tied my hands behind my back just as they did when I was brought here.
今度はどこに連れて行く気だ。
黙って歩け。
Apparently he had no intention of answering me. I knew it was futile to resist, so I quietly obliged. I exited the jail and headed to town, moving in the opposite direction of where I came. That meant my destination was... There were more people than yesterday at the town square, filling it completely to the brim. It's like during the masquerade. I don't know why I thought that. The expressions of the people here were not festive in the least. They forced me to walk up the stage in the center. Everyone was watching me. Their gazes were filled with fear and hatred. When I reached the stage, I was pushed from behind and fell hard onto the floor. I heard a small cheer from the crowd. A man in strangely formal attire was already on the stage.
皆、静粛に。これより、街を騒がせた魔女への審問を開始する。
The crowd suddenly became deathly silent. Interrogation of the witch, meaning I'm going to be judged? I knew that this day would come, but not this quickly. I looked around. Right below the stage was Lucas. Lucas had the dignified look of the Lord of the Hawk clan. Could this be under his orders? In the crowd far away, I saw Lavan and Levi beside him, both with angry expressions. I nodded to them just once. I had no idea if they would get the message, but I wanted to tell them not to worry. But what should I do? What would happen to me here? There was no way I could gather my thoughts in such a short time. My interrogation was about to begin.
私の質問に嘘偽りなく答えよ。汝はこの町に災いをもたらす魔女である。
違う。私は魔女じゃない。
嘘偽りなくと申したはずだが。
Hold up, you can't decide the truth just because you're like, oh yeah, this is the truth in my mind, so therefore it is the truth indefinitely for everyone. Disgusting you are.
本当
だ。では、汝が持つ赤い瞳をいかに説明する。それこそが魔女の魔女たる証ではないか。
それは。
The red eye was proof of being a witch. That was an immovable fact in this town. That was why I'd hid it ever since I was a child. That was how serious it was. There was no way I could argue against it.
答えられぬのだな。ならば続けよう。
Do I have to accept that I'm a witch in front of all the townspeople? If I admit to being a witch, what would happen to me? What could I do? I saw Levi from the corner of my eye, gazing at me with a worried and apologetic look on his face. Did he just... I thought I wanted to save Levi. I tried to make a fist, but it just made the rope dig deeper into my arms.
汝は魔女の力をもってファルジの当主の心を狂わし、この町に大きな争いを巻き起こした。そして多くの人の命を奪い。
違う。私じゃない。
Even during my internal strife, the interrogator continued to list my crimes. He was trying to blame everything on me. Really, the reason this town has had a hard winter. Interrogator just from others we can condemn you. I automatically denied everything, but I didn't know how to argue against the charges. Even if I deny it, I started to feel desperate.
また、人心を操るだけでなく、汝は直接町の人間を手にかけました。
そんなことはしていない。
黒い影なる異名を用いて多くの人を殺害した。そういないな。
Nope, that was not her, that was Levi.
それは。
Without thinking, my eyes tried to find Levi in the crowd. His eyes were wide open. Levi must have been even more surprised than I was. They were trying to deal with those murders as part of the witch trial. I just thought of something. The crimes that Levi committed, the lives he took, they could never be forgiven. His crimes must be atoned for somehow. But now is not the time for that. Until the town settled down and the wolves have regained their power, they needed Levi. If I admitted to this, if I said that I was the culprit, Levi wouldn't be tried for the crimes of the Black Shadow. He might be able to live in peace for a while longer. If I take his place, will that save Levi? Of all places, I found the answer I was looking for here. This would be the turning point. If the Black Shadow murders were dealt with as one of the doings of the witch, then I could save Levi. That's right, I would be judged as the witch. In that case...
どうした？黒い影とは何時の異名？そのことにそういないな。
その通り。
黒い影は俺だ。
A loud shout drowned out my voice. I looked to the source in the crowd and my eyes met Levi's. Why? Why did he admit to it? It was my chance. I was able to. Everyone, even the interrogator on the stage, looked to Levi.
誰一人殺してないそいつが魔女なものか。殺していたのは俺。これが証拠だ。
He took out a knife hidden in his chest. A knife with the motif of a hawk feather. The town had rumored that it was a murder weapon.
そのナイフは。
The crowd around Levi screamed and moved away. Having space opened up, Levi started walking. He moved slowly toward the stage to where I was.
もう一度言う。町の人間を殺していたのは この俺だ。
Literally, like... Literally fun. My reaction as well. Levi jumped onto the stage and loudly declared his crime in front of everyone.
目障りなやつを、邪魔なやつを殺した。それだけじゃない。母さんの全当主の命令で誰だかよくわからないまま殺したこともあった。魔女で赤い目だと騒いじゃいるが、こいつが人を殺したところを見たことがあるのか。血まみれになったところを見たことが。俺は殺した。何人もの血を浴びた。数えきれないほどだ。
He's going to describe it in detail, my lord.
さあ、俺を裁け。こんな魔女かどうかもわからねえやつより、まずは俺を裁けよ。
The crowd became agitated. Of course they would. These people all believed it was my fault. They were here to watch me face retribution. And yet when there was another culprit to the serial murders and who was the younger brother of the Lord of the Wolves, they must have been shocked in an entirely different way from me. I couldn't defend Levi anymore. I couldn't save him from his sins. And it brought me despair.
その話は本当か?
The first one to recover from the shock was the interrogator, but the one to answer.
本当だ。
Lavan had come right next to the stage and affirmed the question. He then walked up the stage to stand next to Levi.
聞いての通りだ。今日までボルグの一族が享受してきたものは全てがレビの罪の上に成り立っていた。我々ボルグの一族は全てが罪を負った咎人だ。違うと思う者は胸に手を当てて考えてみろ。
Damn.
やめろ兄貴。殺したのは俺だけだ。
だが
いいんだよ。
Levi held back Lavan and turned toward the crowd.
お前らは誰も殺してねえ。でもな、それはジェドもそうだ。何も罪を犯してない。なのに全部の罪を押し付けられようとしてた。何でもかんでも魔女の仕業の一言でな。
Everyone in the town had probably done something like that before. Whenever bad things happened, whenever unreasonable things occurred, they all blamed it on the witch. They blamed everything on a witch that didn't exist.
でもそんなことしたって罪は消えない。俺のやったことは消えやしない。誰かになすりつけて終わらせるわけにはいかねえんだ。
Everyone quietly listened to Levi. Some looked away awkwardly while others looked down in shame. They probably all agreed to it to some extent, or perhaps they didn't want it pointed out. The murderous craze of the crowd had calmed down greatly. Now everyone just felt uneasy.
耳の痛い話だな。
Lucas climbed up onto the stage. Levi and Lavan took defensive stances, but he ignored them and walked to me.
俺もまた全当主の罪を魔女に負わせようとしていた。この町の暗部に目をつむった。ファルジの一族とて決して潔白とは言えない。
After saying that, he untied me.
ルーガス。
ファルジの一族はこたびの一件からは手を引く。オルガン、父上の罪を息子である俺が背負う。この町に尽くすことで必ずや償ってみせると誓う。
After his declaration to the crowd, Lucas descended from the stage without looking at Levi, Lavan, or me.
お待ちください。この者たちの処遇はいかに。
ボルグの処遇はボルグに任せればいい。
ですが魔女は。
魔女など最初からいなかった。そこにいるのはただの女だ。
Really looking like a dumbass, aren't you, interrogator? After that, the town square was filled with confusion. Although Levi, Lavan, and Lucas made speeches, I was not free to go. I was to return to jail in the meantime. I wasn't worried. Seeing the townspeople react to Levi's words, I doubted that I would be executed as a witch. However, I had another worry. What would happen to Levi now? He tried to blame me with the murders, but the fact remained that Levi did those things himself. He also declared it in front of so many people. I heard footsteps descending to the underground jail. Maybe it was the guards. I didn't care who it was. I wanted to know what happened to Levi. What was he doing now? Footsteps were approaching my cell. I looked up to speak to them, but I saw an unexpected face.
すまない。遅
It was Lavan. He had a ring of keys, which he used to open my cell.
どうしてラバンが？
お前を迎えに来たに決まってるだろう。もう囚われている理由はないんだからな。
そうだ、レビは？
Although I was surprised to see him, there was no better person to ask about Levi. His expression darkened at my sudden question.
まずは屋敷に戻ろう。話はそれからだ。
Those words made me even more worried. Lavan took me to a manor that looked similar to Francisca's manor that had burned down on that day. Before I could ask what this place was, Lavan answered me.
同じ作りの屋敷が町にいくつかある。せいぜい雪よけに使う別邸だったが、今はここで暮らしている。
I thought that was rather excessive, but considering that Lavan was a wolf lord, it didn't seem that odd. The details were different. It felt like I was back in the manor. The sword brought me joy and sadness at the same time. But now was not the time to be sentimental. We were in the middle of something significant. We entered the living room, and I asked him immediately.
レビはどうなったの？屋敷に戻ったら話すって言ったよね。
Lavan still didn't speak. My patience grew thinner before he finally spoke.
今頃投獄されているはずだ。お前のいた牢にな。
I knew it. I had a feeling this would happen, so I was able to accept it calmly. I thought that a heavier punishment was possible. I was glad to know he was still alive at least.
そう命じたのは俺だ。
Meaning, the worst possible thing could still occur. If that were to happen, I...
余計なことは考えるなよ。それと余計な責任を負う必要もない。
Oh my god, Bun is just using that emote a lot.
でも
いずれ罪は償うべきだと俺もあいつも考えていた。その時が来ただけだ。
レビはあの時気づいたのかな。私が身代わりになろうとしたことに。
そうだろう。あれで頭の回転は早いからな、あいつは。
But Levi saved me instead. I was cleared of suspicion of the witch, and released from prison.
レビに会えないかな。会って話がしたい。
しばらくはダメだ。
どうして？
今お前とレビが接触したらまたよからぬ噂になりかねない。しばらくは我慢してくれ。
I understood what he meant. I was just cleared of being a witch myself. If I made contact with a serial killer, it would make the townspeople suspicious. But
ボルグの当主としてこれ以上の混乱を招くようなことは許可できない。分かってくれ。
I must have had a dissatisfied look on my face from the way he reprimanded me.
逆に俺は定期的にあいつに会いに行かないといけない。もし渡すものがあれば届けてやるくらいはできるが。
渡すもの？
例えば手紙とかな。
ありがとう、ラバン。
The expression Lavan made was familiar. It was the face he made when Levi and I gave him trouble as kids.
それだってあまり大っぴらにできることじゃない。ほどほどにな。
This room looked similar to the ones the three of us used when we were children. But before I could reminisce on the memories, a pen and paper were laid out on the desk. This was the first time I wrote a letter to Levi. I'd hardly ever written letters at all. I could say things easily, but I had no idea it was this difficult to put messages onto paper. I thought long and hard on every single word I wrote.
こんにちは。ラバンが手紙を届けてくれるというので手紙を書きました。レビに手紙なんて初めてだから何を書けばいいかわからないですけど、まずはありがとう。レビのおかげで私は牢屋を出て屋敷に戻ってくることができました。屋敷、こんなに大きいものがいくつもあるって聞いてびっくりしました。まだまだ私の知らないことがいっぱいありますね。レビは元気ですか？私も同じ地下牢にいたけど、地下牢は寒くて寂しかったです。
I believe this street dreadful for a convict.
心配です。
My god.
レビも早く出られると嬉しいです。今いる屋敷はとても綺麗だけど、ラバンと二人だけだと広くて寂しいです。また手紙を書きます。さようなら。
I finally finished. It took me so long just to write this. I wonder if it's alright. I wonder if what I wanted to say was conveyed. The more I reread it, the more worried I got. Maybe I should rewrite it.
ジェド、俺はそろそろ出るぞ。
It seemed there was no time for that. I folded up the letter and handed it to Lavan.
ごめん、遅くなって。それじゃあお願い。
ああ、任された。
それとラバンは読まないでね、それ。
そんなつもりはなかったが、そう言われると逆に気になるな。
I knew for certain that Lavan wouldn't do such a thing. I watched Lavan leave the manor and suddenly grew tired. I slumped down onto the sofa. Would Levi read it? And what would he think after he did? I wondered if writing a letter was all I could do. Wasn't there anything else I could do for Levi? I dozed off thinking about it. For the next few days I felt restless. Letters were so inconvenient, there was no way for me to know how the reader took my messages. Some people would say that was one of the best parts of letters, but it made me more and more impatient. And on this day I was finally released from it.
レビからの返事だ。
Right before twilight, Lavan returned to the manor to give it to me. I always ripped it out of his hand as I thanked him before running to my room. I carefully opened up the folded piece of paper.
ジェドへ手紙ありがとな。こっちはまあなんとかやってる。
First thing I was surprised at was how neat the handwriting was. I didn't know Levi wrote this way.
牢屋暮らしも慣れると悪くないぜ。何もしないでも飯は出てくるし、寒さだって言うほどじゃない。
He was lying. I knew better than anyone how uncomfortable that place was. I continued to read Levi's neat handwriting.
お前が無事でよかったよ。俺は自業自得っていうか、いずれこうなることは分かりきってたし。それがちょっと早まっただけだ。だからお前はつまんねえこと気にしたりすんなよ。それとよかったらまたなんか書いてくれよ。やることなくて退屈だしさ。お前の手紙読むだけでも暇つぶしになるし。頼んだぜ。
He said this kind of things even over letters. It didn't feel half bad, even if he said it that way, as long as Even if he said it that way, as long as reading my letter made him happy.
追伸。お前手紙書くの下手すぎ。子供かよ。読んだ瞬間吹き出しそうになったじゃねえか。次はもうちょいまともな文章書けよな。
Yes, I had a feeling my writing was bad, but it was irritating to have him say it so directly. I had an urge to simply not respond at all, but I couldn't give him a piece of my mind without writing back. Damn this, it's so annoying.
下手くそな手紙で悪かったな。少し気取ったことを書こうとして失敗しただけだ。もう書くのをやめようと思ったけど、どうしても文句が言ってやりたくなった。でもちょっとだけ安心した。レビがレビのままで。それとレビって字が上手だったんだね。驚いたし、ちょっと悔しかった。ずっと一緒に暮らしてたのに、こんな当たり前のことも知らなかったんだなって、少し情けない気分になった。
Theo's Jed prison isn't all that it's cracked up to be. I narrowly avoided becoming someone's prison wife the other day.
それに寂しい。やっぱりレビに会いたいよ。直接文句も言ってやりたいしね。
I entrusted my honest and heartfelt letter to Lavan. The response came a few days later. A single sentence was written on it.
俺もお前に会いたい。
Our letter exchange continued from then on. What we wrote about were ordinary things. I wrote about what happened that day or how the people close to me were doing, and Levi offered his opinions on it all. I had so much fun writing to him. I couldn't wait to receive his responses. Levi still remained in jail. I didn't know what would happen to him. Would it be tomorrow, or even further ahead? I suppressed his worries as we continued to exchange letters. We did this, trying to confirm each other's thoughts and feelings. We wrote and we read, and we slowly confirmed it. It continued for over a month. By the time the letters turned into a small stack.
レビに会いに行くか？
It was so sudden that it took me a few moments to realize what I just heard. To see Levi, does that mean it's alright to see him now?
いいの？
お前がそうしたければだが。
もちろんだよ。私もレビに会いたい。
なら支度をしろ。今日も外は寒いぞ。
I ran out of the living room to get the coat in my room. I didn't even care about the reason why. I could see Levi. That in itself made me so happy. Scene. Just like, scene. And then just like, ignored. Imagine if that was all Levi would respond with. Like, look at just time to go visit your prison husband. But at that time I didn't notice Lavan's depressed expression. Feeling eager, my stride was quick. I never felt so much disdain toward the snow for how it slowed me down. Lavan said nothing as he kept up with my pace. He really wasn't talking at all. I saw the jail in the distance. I did spend a few days in that horrible place. And right now, the person I wanted to see was there. I leapt down the stairs. There were multiple metal barred cells, but Levi was placed in the closest one.
Levi!
He turned to me. He looked a little bit thinner, but upon seeing me, he smiled.
でっけえ声出すなよ。ここ響くんだからさ。
His smile and attitude was the same as I remembered. Hearing that reassured me.
そんなことしか言えないの？久しぶりに会えたのに。
お前が来んのは兄貴から聞いてたし。これからよろしくな。
これから？
あれ？お前聞いてないのか？
今から説明するところだ。
Seems like they talked about this, so I waited for Lavan to continue.
ジェド、お前にレビの食事版を頼みたい。
食事版？
食事を用意してこいつに届けてくれればいい。最低で
そこはせめて2回にしてくんねえかな。
そうしてほしいならせいぜい食事版の機嫌を取るんだな。
本当に私でいいの？
嫌なら別のものに頼むが。
嫌なんてそんなことは全然。
それなら頼む。それと食事の間はこいつがおかしな真似をしないよう。
なんだよおかしな真似って。
Just giving Ayer what she wants. Yeah. He was saying it in a roundabout way, but it meant he was saying it in a roundabout way, but it meant I could see Levi every day and talk with him during his meals.
ありがとうラバン。
礼を言うのはこっちだ。面倒な仕事を引き受けてくれて助かる。
早速で悪いんだけどさ、俺今日まだ何も食ってねえんだけど。
そうなの？すぐ何か用意してくるよ。ああ、最初から言ってくれれば何か作ってきたのに。
Time for you to fulfill your duty as prison wife. My god. But for today, I should go find a shop to get him something. I wondered what was good. I prefer to buy something Levi liked.
悪いな、兄貴。
いや、俺の方こそすまない。
From then on, I made food to deliver to Levi. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Depending on the day, I also brought him snacks. Like when I lived at the tower, I often cooked extremely simple things. But now, I tried my best to make something proper. Fortunately, or perhaps annoyingly so, Levi didn't hide his dissatisfaction or preferences. It made the job worthwhile. I wanted him to say he liked it. It made me happy to know that he did. While Levi ate the meals I brought, I was always by his side. Though we were separated by the bars, I could touch him if I reached out. We talked about many things. They were mostly ordinary things, like what we wrote about in our letters. Levi responded immediately and smiled at whatever I said. We would probably talk about the same things in the living room of the manor, too. Yes, it was like spending our daily lives together. I was late to the jail that night. One of the reasons was because I made soup that took extra time to simmer. Levi complained before that he wouldn't eat it unless vegetables were completely cooked through. The other reason was that there was a snowstorm in the evening. Visibility was bad and it was hard to walk through it. On top of that, it made the soup colder faster. I cursed the snow, but managed to arrive at the jail. What a terrible thing to say to me first thing. Did you not know what I went through to get here? I glared at him to show my irritation, and Levi nervously tried to explain.
いや、だってさ、すげえ雪なんだろ。さっき見回りに来たおっちゃんがとても出歩けないって言ってたし。
It was snowing hard, but I didn't think it was that bad. I laid down his food and climbed up the stairs to see.
本当だ。1年に一度あるかどうかの雪だね。
いや、お前その中を歩いてきたんだよな。
だってせっかく作ったし。
Can't believe I didn't notice at all.
ま、ありがとな。飯抜き覚悟してたからすげえ嬉しい。
Gotta love my soup and bread. I was glad to hear that. I put my cooking on a tray and handed it through an opening in the bars.
まだあったけえな。じゃ、いただきます。
どうぞ召し上がれ。お、どうかした？
いや、なんつうか芋が溶けたぞ。口の中でジュワって。
ふふん、形を崩さないようにそれだけ煮込むの大変だったんだからね。
すげえなお前。しかもめちゃくちゃうまいし。
I didn't enjoy my cooking today. That was good. Even while Levi was eating, the snow seemed to get heavier. I was starting to hear the howling winds too.
これ、外吹雪いてんじゃねえか。
そうかも。帰るのは無理かな。
たく、無理してくるから。 どうすんだよ。
しょうがない。今日はここに泊まるよ。
泊まるって、ここ牢屋だぞ。
平気だよ。何日か入れられてたこともあるし。
ああ、そういやそうだったな。
Fortunately, there was a pile of straw. I laid some in front of the bars. I didn't want to lay directly over the stone floors.
そっち寒くねえか？
平気だよ。
Levi also lay down. Though we were parted by the bars, he lay down right next to me.
こんな風に並んで寝るのいつ以来だろう。
さあな。ガキの頃だし、10年以上前かな。
そっか。
We talked a bit more, and then I closed my eyes. Sounds coming from the wind settled enough for me to hear Levi breathing. A slight feeling of loneliness made me reach my hand out to him. Before I went past the bars, my hand touched something. It then softly held my hand. Levi was thinking the same thing.
やっぱ寒いだろ。手、冷てえぞ。
そんなことないって。
冷てえけど、あったかいな。
なんだよそれ。
お前はいっつもあったかい。
I opened my eyes and looked at Levi, who was also looking at me with a gentle smile.
俺さ、ここに入れられてからずっと考えてたんだ。
何を？
いつからお前に惚れてたのかなって。
それ、私も知りたい。
なんかずっと忘れてたんだけどさ、なんでもないことがきっかけだったんだよな。あの時もこうやって手を握ってたっけ？
Chunk is still here. Hi, hi.
あの時
Levi mumbled. I looked at him to urge him to continue. You didn't have to worry. I would never be afraid of or reject Levi.
人を殺すのに慣れてきちまった頃。
うん。
あの頃の俺は人を殺したくて、母さんにも褒めてもらいたくて。でもちょっと辛くなっててさ。
Always been here, just be lurking in the shadows. How spooky.
氷みたいに冷たい水で血を洗い落としながら、自分はこのままおかしくなっちまうんじゃないかって。そんな時にお前が手を握ってくれたんだ。
Levi was right about it being simple. That didn't sound memorable to me one bit. I never gave a second thought to holding his hand. And if he was cold, there was all the more reason to hold it.
それがすっげえあったかくて嬉しかった。だからそっからどんどんお前のこと好きになってって。
We didn't use salt circles, just spice circles.
女だって知らなかったのに？
人として好きになったんだよ。
Huh.
で多分俺どっかで分かってたんだと思う。
そっか。
本当に小さくてどうでもいいことだけど、そんなもんなのかもな。人を好きになるきっかけなんて。
Keeps the chunk at bay. Go. It was a gentle declaration of love. Because he said it was an open heart, his feelings went directly into me. Though Levi committed crimes, he was afraid of hurting himself and being hated. I knew that feeling better than anyone.
私たち似てるのかもしれないね。
そうか？
私も自分が魔女だってことを隠して生きてきたから、小さい頃からずっと。
Fine, then I'll just leave. Wait, did you remember to send me the clip from yesterday? I completely forgot, to be honest.
そのことで誰かに嫌われたくなかった。フランシスカにもラバンにも、もちろんレビにも。
その頃に俺がお前の手を取ってたらさ、お前の方が先に俺に惚れてたのかもな。
Also, Chunk, if you think about it, if you leave now, you won't be able to see the Levi romance. You won't be able to see the prison romance.
それはどうだろうね。
なんでだよ。
We both giggled in the dark jail. After he finished laughing, Levi spoke, his face serious.
俺さ、多分処刑されると思う。
That froze my expression.
やったことを考えれば当然だけどな。
そんな。
I would have been convinced if it happened to someone else that it couldn't be helped. But not with him. I had these selfish thoughts that I didn't want the same to happen to him.
どうしてそう思うの？
兄貴の態度を見てりゃうすうすな。こうしてお前にも合わせてくれたし。
That's right. I tried to remember Lavan's expressions over the past few days. This was for Levi's sake before his execution. Lavan did this because I would never see Levi again.
嫌だよ、そんなの。
しょうがねえだろ。
だってレビは私を助けてくれたのに、私を助けるためにみんなの前で犯人だって。
当たり前だ。お前は悪いことなんて一つもしてない。悪いのは俺だ。
He says that so matter-of-factly. Was Levi already prepared to die? I couldn't say the same about myself. I didn't want him to die. Although he had to atone for his crimes, I wanted him to stay alive.
私はみんなに魔女だって言われてた。でもレビのおかげで誤解が解けて、少しずつだけどみんな私を怖がらなくなってきたんだ。
そっか。よかったな。
だからレビだって生きていればきっと。
Levi let out a weak smile. I knew why. There was a definitive difference between Levi and me. But one day he might be forgiven, even if it was by only a few. But if he was dead,
ありがとな。
I didn't know how to act when he thanked me. I hadn't done anything, I couldn't do anything.
もしもさ、俺が許されることがあったら、その時はお前と暮らしたいな。二人きりで。
Levi started talking about a bright future. Let's talk about that for now.
ラバンは一緒じゃないの？
兄貴はいいや。ずっと一緒だったし、飽きた。
ひどいな。
そんでさ、お前と二人で暮らすようになったら、お前のこと守れるくらい強くなりたい。
レビは十分強いよ。
全然だよ。もっとこう、本当の意味で強くなりてんだ。命を奪うんじゃなくて、守る。
You already protected me. Thanks to you, I can walk around town without fearing for my life. Levi was strong and kind.
レビと暮らせたら楽しいだろうね。
無駄無駄無駄無駄無駄無駄無駄無駄無駄無駄無駄。
Hello, Spoiled Pride. You made me jump almost. Pigeon. I can't read that. Bun, you're so ahead of me. I'm trying to read it. Pigeon goes poo. Hair. Oh, bye bye, doggo. Thank you for jumping in the raid over here. 4 hours. Holy moly. Hi, how's the stream going? It's going alright. Hang on, I go catch up. Right, okay. First of all, thank you for the raid, Spoiled Freud. Second of all, the stream is going well. We're just completing some endings for Psychedelica of the Ashen Hawk. I suppose it's kind of good that the big main bulk of the story is out the way, and it's just the endings But yeah, it's like this is very story focused, so it will be a bit difficult to follow some of the plot elements if you've not got a general idea of the story. But you should be kinda okay, considering it's not like canon story stuff, so you'll be fine. But yeah, welcome in everybody. This is, at the moment, this is the prison romance, as I like to call it, because Levi over here murdered a bunch of people, so he's in prison, and we picked his route, so we are with him in prison, but except we're on the other side of the prison bars because we're not actually imprisoned. We're just loving right now. Welcome to very tired. We're 4 hours into Weezy signing of a fictional man because she didn't find a real boyfriend. That's horrible. Okay, no, level 3. Okay. I have no clue what this game or this series is about. My mind automatically went to Hatoful Boyfriend. I've never played Hatoful Boyfriend. Although you are on the... It is an otome game, but it's less focused on romance, I'd say, and way more story focused, if anything. Pigeon dating sim. It's way more story focused, but certain characters do have their endings specifically, and which include romance. You joke, but I bet you anything Ruti would thirst for half of the Hatoful characters. My god. But yeah, we're on Levi's route currently. I'm horrible in this kind of games. You don't really have to pick many things. I'm just following a guide for the choices. Because I was gonna get most of the endings anyway, so just like, might as well get all of them. But yeah, it's visual novel. It's actually a really good story. The Psychedelica of the Ashen Hawk, which is the one I'm playing right now, which is my first game in the 2-game series of Psychedelica. There is also Psychedelica of the Black Butterfly, which came out before Ashen Hawk, but I've not played Black Butterfly yet. But yeah, I literally found this because it was on the PlayStation Store and it looked really interesting. And I'm glad I did because it's one of my favorite visual novels now, if not my definitive favorite visual novel. Because the story is so damn good. I always choose to can he die in this game? God.
レビはさ、私が魔女だって打ち明けた時、あっさり受け入れてくれたよね。
Yes, very nice.
それだけじゃない。本当は女だってバレちゃった時も全然気にしない。むしろ女で嬉しかったって。
俺そんなこと言ったっけ？
言ったよ。はっきり覚えてる。
お前には下手なこと言えないな。
Reezy chooses to use based on whether she can lust after a redhead character. Oh my god. I worry she'll try Mystic Messenger next. I mean, I have it downloaded. I've just not opened it yet. I do have it downloaded though.
言ってもらえた方が嬉しいよ。本当の私を見て、本当のことを言ってくれるのは。
I knew you would do the face. I knew you'd do the emote.
そんな人がいなければ、きっと寂しい。
I couldn't do this. I tried to keep it a happy topic, but it went back to this.
おい、ジェド。
Wanna play Sucker for Love again? I've not played that one either.
レビがいなくなるなんて考えられない。レビがいなくなるのは。
Oh yeah, he was gonna be put to death because of his crimes of murdering people. It is a fun and cute game. I have seen, I just not played. Tears Foul. We had been together for as long as I could remember. I couldn't imagine him not being around. Levi would be gone. Sort of that struck fear into me. I didn't think it would be such a sad thing.
なんかすげえ告白だな。
Levi wiped away my tears with his other hand. He then placed it on my cheek.
せっかくこんなに近くにいるのにキスもできないな。
The parts were just white enough to have a hand go through. Fence vine that smelled of rust separated us. Though he could come close, we could never be together. Like how his voice doesn't match how I would do his voice, how would you do his voice and Spoiled Bride? I'm curious. He pulled in my hand and kissed the back of it. It was the most he could do in that moment.
お前のことが好きだ。
No other words were needed. Levi's warm hand enveloped my fingertips.
お前と暮らせるようになったらさ、そのうち夫婦になったりするかもしれないよな。
The prison CG. I do Brazilian Jimmy College. Oh my god, no. We started to talk about the future again. A bright one filled with hope, one that would never come.
私とレビが
そんでさ、子供も何人か生まれてさ。
Hey yo, he wants to have a lot of kids, or what? God damn, Levi. Whoa. Calm down. I just thought you giving an emo voice.
そうなったら大変だ。レビだって子供みたいなものなのに。
うるせえ。親になったらしっかりするよ。
Hey, Levi wants to copulate. My lord.
ごめん。レビは優しいお父さんになりそうだね。
だろ？俺、子供ができたらいっぱい本とか読んでやりたいんだ。
本？剣の稽古とかじゃなくて？
そっちも大事だけどさ。俺が子供の頃って母さんにそういうのしてもらえなかった。
It's hard to find British references. Mm-hmm.
子供にはしてやりたいんだ。俺がしてほしかったことを。
そっか。きっと楽しいだろうね。
きっとじゃねえよ。絶対だ。
The night was getting late, but Levi continued talking about future dreams so happily. His dream was not a grand one. It was of a humble family with the two of us together. In the midst of this happy feeling, I gradually grew sleepier. My eyelids felt heavy, and I couldn't keep them open. Levi gently patted my head. Soon, I fell asleep. In my dreams, I lived with him and our children. Levi's dream became my dream.
眠っちまったか。多分これでお別れだな。またいつかお前に会える時があるといいな。
Imagine if his voice was such a Baron Cohen or Henry Cavill. I always thought you wrote something different. The views are raised 20, you can't imagine Henry Cavill voicing him. I have no idea who those people are, to be honest. I am uncultured in that respect. I woke up to pain. It must have been because I slept on the stone floor. It was already morning. The sky outside the jail was brightening, and the blizzard had subsided. Our connected hands were untwined. I looked through the bars and saw an object wrapped up like a cocoon. Speaking of which, Levi tossed and turned along his sleep. He often kicked me out of bed when we were kids. I laughed to myself and stood up carefully to make sure I didn't wake him. I stayed out without telling Lavan, so I had to go back at least once. That, and I needed to make breakfast for this caterpillar. I exited the jail and walked quickly back to the manor. I counted the remaining ingredients in my head to think of what to make. I could only put together something simple for breakfast. Whatever, I just make something nicer for lunch and dinner for him.
早かったな。
ラバン。
I opened the door and saw the lord of the manor in front of me. Was he waiting for me to come back?
ただいま。ごめん、昨日は。
Hugh Laurie.
分かっている。あの吹雪じゃ仕方ない。
He didn't seem mad, but Lavan didn't say any more. An awkward silence came over us.
レビの朝食を作らないといけないから。
その必要はない。
Is he dying today? He spoke those words coldly. By those words, Lavan's expression was filled with pain. No, a sudden chill hits me. But I force out a few words to confirm what Lavan said.
どうして？
K が執行されるからだ。今頃はもう。
By now? What did he mean by now? Levi wasn't alive anymore? My vision blurred. My entire body shook. I felt weak at the knees. I couldn't stay standing anymore. As I fell, Lavan rushed over to help me up.
極刑は免れた。
それじゃレビは？
He was alive. The slight glimmer of hope shone in my eye. Then what was Levi's punishment?
追放だ。
追放？どこに？
Lavan turned away. There was no way he didn't know. He just didn't want to say. If you're exiled, where could you go? Outside the town? That's impossible. This town was a closed world. In the forest? He could go deeper into the forest past the tower. Maybe he could live there. But how? You couldn't escape the elements and there was no way to get food there. No. But if someone delivered it...
あいつを助けようとした者には同じ刑が下る。
Instead of an execution as punishment would be clinic duty. Oof.
そんな!
It's no different from telling Levi to die. They wouldn't kill him immediately. They wouldn't dirty their hands. They wanted him to die. Slowly. Alone. There might still be time. I might still be able to see Levi. Seeing me about to run out the manor, Lavan grabbed my arm.
行くな。
話せ！話してくれ！
行ってどうする？お前まで追放されるぞ。
でも、それでも。
レビも承知のことだ。あいつは全部知っていた。
That had to be a lie. He said he thought he would be executed, but his expression was so gentle. There was no way that he knew. He knew, and didn't tell me.
あいつはお前には言わなかった。それを汲んでやってくれ。
どうして？
最後にお前と話したいと。あいつは
At least being exiled means he's still alive. They can still go be with him. Yeah. But the issue is, Jed would be exiled in that case as well. Jed would never be able to return to the town ever again if Jed went over to him. How else can we have an extreme case of lip failure and a kiss with strong hands and mouth? My god.
きっとただお前と静かな時間を過ごしたかったんだ。
He held my arm even tighter. It hurt. Pain and helplessness overcame me. I knew Lavan felt pain because this was all he could do. But I...
ラバン。ごめん！
ジェド!
I shook off his hand and ran outside the manor. That was quick. I really need to sleep. Nighty night. Yeah, good night, Spoiled Freud. Thank you for the raid once again. I hope you sleep well. Thank you very much. And hopefully I introduce you to a great new set of games with the Psychedelica franchise. I wish you a good night. Thank you, Spoiled Freud. Good night. Sleep well. Snow is beginning to fall from the sky, so soon after such a harsh blizzard last night. Where was Levi? He was still in the jail cell this morning. No, maybe I only saw something rolled up in sheets. Could it be that he was already gone, then? I had no other leads. I had to get to the jail first. I went to the place where Levi and I last spoke. The jail cell looked identical to this morning. Bars were still closed and it was made to appear like there was someone in the sheets.
レビー
I knew it would be meaningless, but I called out to it. No movement. I dropped to my knees. There was one thing that was different from this morning, or perhaps I just didn't notice.
これは
There was a piece of folded paper stuck between the doors of the cell. It was the same paper as the letters Levi wrote to me. I carefully took out the paper so as to not tear it. My fingers trembled as I tried to unfold the letter. Written inside the paper were only a few words.
ごめんな。ありがとう。
That was it, just a few words that couldn't even be called a letter. They were in the neat handwriting I was used to seeing. I couldn't help but admit that it was from him.
バカ野郎
Why was I crying for only these words? I gripped the letter so tightly that it crumbled. Overcome by pain and helplessness, I slammed my fists against the bars. Very bars that separated Levi and me. A loud noise reverberated through the cells. I stood up and wiped my tears with my hands still tightly clenched in a fist.
レビのバカ野郎
I started running as it continued to snow. The white snow danced in the sky, but even brighter than that was a field of snowdrop flowers. And buried in the flowers, Levi lay there, facing the sky. As if he didn't feel the cold. He simply looked up at the sky blankly, as if he lost something in his heart. He was let out of the cell early in the morning before the sun rose, and chased into the forest. After walking for a while, he arrived at the snowdrop field and did this. For hours. The wind blew. The snowdrop petals danced in the breeze.
そろそろ行くか。
He got up without patting off the snow or petals stuck on him. He took one step and...
レビ
He heard a voice. The voice he yearned for, the voice he shouldn't be able to hear, the voice he shouldn't be allowed to hear. He turned around and saw her.
ジェド。
I didn't know how to search for the snowdrop field in the forest. I ran blindly through the trees and arrived at the place Levi was. I made it in time. I got to see him again. I had stopped briefly, but quickly resumed running to close the distance. Levi didn't move. I crashed into him with full force.
レビ
ジェド、お前。
バカこのバカ
バカはお前だ。なんで来たんだよ。
Levi's voice was shaking. My voice was teary. I had to tell him.
私はレビと一緒に行くそう決めた
Also, yeah, judging by the time, I'm not gonna raid tonight. If it was an earlier time I was finishing, I would raid tonight probably, but we've been going for 4 hours and looking at the time, I probably won't.
一緒に行くって行き先なんてないんだぞ。
分かってる
俺はお前にだけは生きてて欲しかったのに。
ごめんでもどこに誰と行くかは私自身が決めることだから
どうして俺なんだよ。
レビが大好きだからレビと一緒にいると楽しいくだらない話をしたり憎まれ口を叩き合ったりそんな小さくてどうでもいいことが私にとってのきっかけだったんだ
My falling in love with Levi.
そんな時にお前が手を握ってくれたんだ。本当に小さくてどうでもいいことだけどそんなもんなのかもな。人を好きになるきっかけなんて。
It took Levy's cold and frozen hands. Levy said he fell in love with me during some small event I didn't even remember. But I was the same. The feelings I had now were true, and only came to be from the many small things I experienced myself.
私はレビと一緒にいたい。最後まで一緒に。ありがとう。
Levy finally embraced me after all this time. He held me tight with his cold, frostbitten arms. In that case, I would warm him up. I wanted to share my heat with him. From now on as well, in this unending winter. There might not be anything up ahead. The end might come immediately. But even so, I wanted to smile to the end. I wanted to be by his side at that moment. Also, I did think about ending it early with the Levy route, but considering how close we are probably to the end now, I'll just go with the whole thing.
ありがとう。ジェド。
Covered in white frost, we embraced each other with our shivering bodies. Surrounded by these fantastical white flowers, forever and ever. That's it. That's it. We're done. We're done. Exile. The exile ending.
寄り添っていたい永久凍土の中に埋もれた記憶ごと Stay with me ナイフを当てて点々とこぼれた暖かくて鮮やかな血液のようなメリオ37度の微熱その記憶少しずつ溶かしてゆくのあらふる鳥のくちばしでついばまれた者たちの歌が聞こえてきます切っ先がぶつかり合うような鋼のきしんだ声が唱えるマッドネスどうかその唇
Yeah, I'd say next stream will at least go for 2 hours with the remaining endings we need to get. That we haven't gotten already. And again, Psychedelic of the Ashen Hawk. You should sleep ASAP. I know. I was planning on it. So I said I'm not raiding. Save data, of course I will. Town of Sinners unlocked Levy's ending. Right. Let's have a look at the album. You should have anything to do to raising up late. Makes the brain shrink. Does that actually? Gallery 84%. You're dumber than you already are. That's rude. I don't know if I'm getting this 100%. I don't know if I'm gonna get this 100%. I don't know how to get these 2 movies either. Have a quick look at the flowchart. What am I missing? That one, which is a true ending. Going further up, so that's 1. That's another one, which is Hugh's second ending. and then there's one after that. Yeah, just those 3, and then we're done. I might not go 100% for the gallery if I don't get them naturally. So honestly, I don't really know what I can do different. But I would have experienced at least everything the game has to offer, so I'm content with that. Love how Levi's there, because that's the last week we did. Alright, that's it for Psychedelic of the Ashen Hawk today. Tomorrow I'm going to finish the game, as it is part number 15, the finale, where I'll go through the true ending, the traveler ending, and the Link's ending. And then I've got all the endings and all the story. And obviously I'll read the remaining notes as well. So yeah, that'll be it from me for today. I'll see you, well, technically today, but tomorrow, for the final stream of Psychedelica of the Ashen Hawk. I am gonna be a bit sad tomorrow that it's ending, but what can we do? I'll see you tomorrow for Psychedelic of the Ashen Hawk finale. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye, bye, bye-bye. So the other game in the series, hey, that's gonna be some other time. I'm not gonna play that, like, straight after. Anyway, yeah, bye, bye, bye-bye. Good night, bye, bye, bye-bye.